Good evening, everyone. It is 6:00 p.m. We are at the Cape Canaveral City Council regular meeting at the City Hall Council Chambers, 100 Polk Avenue, Cape Canaveral, Florida. It is November 19th, 2024, and we are here. Thank you all for being here. I call this meeting to order. And with that, I would like to ask our Mayor Pro Tem to please lead us in the pledge.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time is the oath of office for the mayor.
Mayor, roll call.
Pardon me. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Councilmember Kellen?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellen? Mayor Morrison?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here. Little zealous. I believe we can proceed. Thank you all for being here with the oath of office. Today, my brother, I am honored to have sworn in here, and our city attorney overseeing this, Reverend Scooter Morrison, and my mother is here. Thank you for being here. Wife, daughter, and all who are here to support. Very much appreciated. So with that, I'll come forward. Thank you.
I just want to thank all of you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City Manager, City Clerk, City Attorney, and citizens. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to enjoy and take part in this awesome accomplishment. Our family's proud of my brother, and it's an honor to be here. And just want to thank you for lending me the opportunity to take part in this for our family. So, my brother, I wish you happiness, health, success, and most of all, God's richest blessings. Would you repeat after me? Raise your right hand. I, Wes Morrison,
I, Wes Morrison,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States of America
that I will support, protect, defend the Constitution of the United States of America
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
and the charter and ordinances of the city of Cape Canaveral,
and the charter and ordinances of the city of Cape Canaveral,
and that I am entitled to hold office
and that I am entitled to hold office
in the city of Cape Canaveral, Florida,
in the city of Cape Canaveral, Florida,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
all the duties
all the duties
of the office of mayor
of the office of mayor
of the city of Cape Canaveral,
of the city of Cape Canaveral,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Speaking of the record, so it is 6:04 p.m. We're going to do a quick 5 to 10-minute recess and allow some of the folks to go home who may not want to stay for the whole meeting. And yes, so maybe come back around 6:15 and we'll reconvene with the meeting. If we get back sooner, that's great. So with that, we'll reconvene here shortly. Thank you. All right, we ready? Councilmember Willis, ready? Let's go. I'm going to work this way.
You ready?
You ready to go? Ready?
Yeah.
Ready? Okay, we'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. It is 6:14 PM. Thank you all for your patience and the opportunity to get some folks out of there and take some photographs. I am now moving right along. We are at the approval of agenda as written or with amendments. So at this time, council,
Mr. Mayor,
yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
I would like to move item number 13 to right after the consent agenda. We have people that want to speak on that, and one of them has a family emergency she has to get to. So I would like to move it, number 13, to right after the consent agenda, please.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, item number 13 is under the discussion item to be moved right after the consent, and consent ends at item 6. Would this be okay to do before the public hearing, City Attorney? If we took item 13 as a discussion? Okay. All emailed?
That, but I'd like to add on to discuss having a special meeting so we can dedicate time to that and make sure that we get this to move, get attention to the issue.
Okay, so the discussion would be about scheduling another meeting when we get to that item. Discussion for Wave Village Development Agreement, future meeting date?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Understood. These are, so we have two, one moving an item, 13 to essentially just in between 6 and 7, and adding on 15. Are there any other changes? Oh, and removing item 4. So we actually have 3, excuse me, changes. Anything else,
Mayor,
City Manager?
I'm wondering in respect to the fact that Mr. Gall is having an attorney paid by the hour, if Mrs. Councilmember Jackson wants to put that at a certain place in the agenda or wait till the end?
I really would rather it be further up front for that very reason. I know Mayor Pro Tem Kellum had said Coral Drive because she has people here waiting. Could we put it right after Coral Drive?
Oh, that's good.
Okay, so add on, well, it'd still be added on as item 15, just for purposes, and now we would move it up following the former, okay, 13. Okay. Are there any other changes proposed? Okay, so let's take them one at a time. Pulling item 4 from the agenda, I think we'll need a motion for that one.
I'll make a motion, we approve the consent agenda 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6.
Wait a minute, we're approving the whole agenda here.
No, we're not there
in
yet.
consent agenda.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
I guess just pulling item number 4 completely was an amendment.
Make a motion, we approve the agenda as written with amendments,
As discussed.
as discussed, yes.
I'll second the motion.
City Manager, okay, we got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Jackson. City Manager, do you want to go through those amendments
Yeah.
to make sure we're on the same page?
Glad to. Just to clarify, my understanding is the revisions on the agenda are to after consent agenda, or at consent agenda, we're pulling item 4, not considering it for consent. And then after consent agenda, we're moving item 13, which is 243 Coral Drive, to be heard right after that. And then finally, Councilmember Jackson wants to discuss the potential meeting date for Wave Village Development Agreement, and that would be discussion held right after the 243 Coral Drive discussion. and then on to item 7 after that.
Council, is that in line with the motion?
Yes.
City Attorney, any issues? Any further discussion? City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Okay, the amendments pass 5-0, which takes us now to the election of the Mayor Pro Tem. City Manager or City Attorney?
Yes, sir. Mayor, in the past, the city council has elected to do the ballots, and where that simply we just pass these down and you put a check mark by the person that you want to be Mayor Pro Tem and pass them down to the city attorney, and he reads them. I have these prepared for that purpose if you'd like to use these tonight, or you could select another method.
I think that worked well. Council, do we have any issue? The process that
Take one down.
we did last time works fine?
They're all the same.
Okay, so every year, our code requires us to appoint a mayor pro tem, vice mayor essentially, to assume the duties of mayor in the mayor's absence. Okay, so these are, okay, got it. And what we're passing here are essentially ballots with the options, the council, and we will all check a box, submit them, and the results
Yeah,
will
you
be
only need
announced.
one of them.
Unless there's a tie, then we'll
Yeah,
need another.
that's why there's.
Okay. So the city attorney, do we need to pass them to the city attorney?
Yes, please.
Okay, just confirming, is there any discussion or anyone not willing that could save some time to run or to be appointed Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
No, it's,
Oh, there's two for, okay. That should be 3, 4. Yep. One more time, city attorney, 2 for Willis, 2 for Kellum, 1 for Jackson. Okay. Did the procedures talk about a tiebreaker? Was it removing one of the options?
One of the options the council could elect is to only vote on the 2 top tied vote getters.
Oh, was that what we were supposed to do on that round?
That's an option you can do.
Okay, I think that would help. Identical? Is the last, same counts? Identical. Okay. Council, are we okay with that? So those 2 would be who, city attorney? Council, is that okay? Okay, so current Mayor Pro Tem Kellum was reappointed as Mayor Pro Tem for this upcoming year, fiscal year 24-25. Or received the most amount of votes. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Well, thank you, and I am honored, and thank you for the faith in me on the council. I got big shoes to follow behind, but I do my best. I'm honored to be Mayor Pro Tem. I love our city, and I welcome being Mayor Pro Tem again. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with, okay. Looking for a motion to appoint Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
I'll make a motion to appoint Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Jackson, a second by Councilmember Willis to appoint Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Councilmember Kellum? Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Okay, great. And thank you all for your willingness to do that. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, thank you. All right, so now we are at the presentation interviews portion of the meeting. We're at 6:27 p.m. The first one we have is the Canaveral Fire Rescue and Brevard County Sheriff's Office Hurricane Milton Appreciation presentation. I believe that's right here. Okay. So the city of Cape Canaveral experienced impacts from Hurricane Milton that required numerous preparation and recovery activities over multiple days. The storm made landfall near Siesta Key, Florida at a Category 3 on the evening of Wednesday, October 9th, 2024. From there, the storm moved eastward over central Florida and into Brevard County by the morning of Thursday, October 10th as a Category 1. Milton exited the state over Cape Canaveral, bringing instances of high winds, extreme rainfall, and nearby tornadoes within the vicinity of the city over a period of about 48 hours. Canaveral Fire Rescue and Brevard County Sheriff's Office personnel performed near continuous operations throughout Hurricane Milton and for many subsequent days afterwards to ensure the safety and security of the city's residents and its infrastructure, even as weather conditions worsened. Such operations included patrols of city roadways to ensure that they were clear of fallen debris, monitoring storm drains for blockages, performing resident wellness checks, and relaying up-to-date information to the city's emergency operations team, amongst others. The city would like to thank all of its first responders for their dedication and bravery to the community during this storm event. I have a Canaveral Fire Rescue Certificate of Appreciation and a Brevard County Sheriff's Office Certificate of Appreciation as well. If we have representatives, Lieutenant, the Brevard County Sheriff's Office here. From fire.
situation. It's a testament to the great men and women that we have working next door. They were the ones that were out there at night, removing the debris, using chainsaws, moving limbs, and keeping the drains clear, along with Public Works. And so, thank you.
You have both for the
Yeah.
fire department? Thank you very much, Lieutenant Molyneux. Yes, and echo and thank you for all you've done through the storm. Our first responders done an excellent job, and Zach, thank you for preparing that and continuing to keep us updated, and our city manager throughout the storm. And so with that, we will now move on to the second presentation of special recognition to OG Enterprises and Canaveral Meats and Deli for their support and contributions to the City of Cape Canaveral and the Brevard County Sheriff's Office National Night Out event. Each year, the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, in cooperation with the City of Cape Canaveral, participates in the annual National Night Out event at the City of Cape Canaveral's Community Center. National Night Out is an annual community building campaign that promotes police-community partnerships and neighborhood camaraderie to make our efforts safer, more caring places to live. National Night Out enhances the relationship between neighbors and law enforcement while bringing back a true sense of community. Furthermore, it provides a great opportunity to bring police and neighbors together under positive circumstances. This event would not be successful without the cooperation and support of local businesses in the community who believe in this campaign. This year, we would like to recognize 2 of those local businesses that partnered with us to achieve our mission. Canaveral Meats and Deli have partnered with us for many years. Each year, they provide food and refreshment items for the event. OG Enterprises donated $1,000 for this year's event to help cover the cost of entertainment and kid-friendly activities. The city and the Brevard County Sheriff's Office applaud the support of those businesses. Myself, Commander Keck, and Brevard County Sheriff's Office Lieutenant Scott Molyneux will present the special recognition plaques to both OG Enterprises and Canaveral Meats and Deli. Both business owners are here. Come forward. It was very nice. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the presentations and interviews portion of the meeting. At this time is public participation. If you intend to speak and have not filled out a card, please pick one up at the front, provide it here to Lieutenant Molyneux, and we'll make sure that you're heard. I do have several cards here. Just going to take them one at a time. The first one I have here is Mr. Brad Prevel. And as Mr. Prevel's coming forward, as a reminder, we have a light system here. You can go to the...
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor, on your reelection.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate that. The lights here, when they go green, you have 3 minutes. Yellow, it's about 30 more seconds, and when it's red.
Started quick.
Thank you.
Good evening. What I want to talk about is a sense of urgency. As many of you know, I live near Sandpiper Park. My backyard, I get to see all the trees. So a little story. Last week, or maybe it was last week, on Good Morning America, they were talking about how legacy trees are stressed out by drought, excessive water, etc., and the trees fall on kids. Several kids, believe it or not, this year have died because, and there was no wind, the tree just collapsed. I see some dead branches, not twigs, but branches. I didn't know who to call. I called I emailed the deputy director and the director of Parks and Rec, CNL, whatever we're called now. They called Tim, the arborist. Tim came out within an hour. I met with Tim. He picked out some tree limbs, and I happened to show him a power light or electrical light from the overlines that were hanging through a tree for several weeks. He said, "Oh no." Ian and himself got cones, blocked off the area with yellow tape. They said they'll come back on the next day to cut down those dead tree limbs. And then a white city car pulls up and parks right in front of those cones. I don't know what's going on. Son of a gun, 45 minutes later, an FPL truck shows up, takes care of the electrical wire, hangs it back up. And I'm like, I've never seen things work so quick. Then the next morning at 8 o'clock, when no one's in the park, that's when Tim and his crew start cutting down tree limbs in Sandpiper Park, the dead branches. So I just want to tell everyone here, that's what a sense of urgency is. And the city did such a great job understanding what dangers there could be and how they handle it. I just want to say thank you very much for that. You guys need to be recognized on that, because I know there's some businesses here that all they do is chirp at you guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Brad. Very nice to hear. Rita Perini. Actually, if you don't mind, I am going to group a couple of these here to make sure we're being expeditious here. Okay. All right, Mr. John Benton.
Okay, I'm here for my code reduction hearing that you won't give me, and it's because of a code violation, living in a warehouse. I did not live in the warehouse, and the lawyer wouldn't let me testify after your witness, Kevin Mann, your deacon. And he also testified nobody was living in the warehouse, and his son was on the sex offender site, said he lived in the warehouses. You didn't even arrest him for a year using a false address. Kevin, when asked by Mr. Dickey here, ask him if he's living in there since he's on that website. He told him no, he's working security. So his son should have been in that code enforcement hearing testifying I lived in that warehouse. No police reports where they met the security up there for a year. That board and lawyer and code enforcement officer laughed at me, thought I was homeless. The first council meeting I came in here, Randall said, "I know you don't live in the warehouse, John. You live on Tyler since '88. Now, because of this happening in here, you won't do anything, it's gone out in the street. Your supporters, half a dozen of them, was right up there at the corner on the corner of the curb. And this one lady was walking up there, didn't want me to hold my toy sign up there. What is she on that corner? I try to walk away from her, she'd run around and jump right in front of me, 1 foot. I turn around and go back, this went on for 2 or 3 minutes. Then all of a sudden, I step off the sidewalk. I'm not going to be out there with those cars going 40 miles an hour, and her husband comes up and pushes me from behind towards her. She could have ended up in the road. All over this right here, because they don't like the way I come in here. Well, you're sticking up for a deacon, a Kevin Mann. He screamed at me, don't hit his wife. I said, I never touched her. Somebody told him, I guess. I don't know, or he thinks he saw it. Then he went after me again, and it busted my knuckles. I had two scars on there. I sent you guys pictures of it, where I met his teeth. No charges. I don't file charges on these people. Homeless people do that to me, and I don't when I'm holding that sign. It's a toy sign. There was no Raymond people out there. Probably they chased them off too. Why don't you deal with this before somebody gets hurt? Might not be me. He's the one that got the worst of it. You owe me a code reduction hearing. You didn't let me defend myself. You trespassed me when the judge told me to bring the sign over here. A toy sign. My goodness, man. They're taking this in here out on your street.
Okay, the next one here, Kim Rozenka. Number 15, Ashri Gall, same. Thank you. Okay, so we have Peg Schaller with a few cards, one for item 4. Okay, 11, I see. No general public comment. Ms. Schaller, is there any, do you want to wait till the items come, or is there anything general public comment? Okay, you can come forward.
Thank you very much. It's great to see everybody here. It's also congratulations, Mr. Mayor, on a very significant win, and I'm excited about the progress the city is going to have here in the next 3 years. Regarding item number 4, I know it's been tabled, but it's difficult for me to want to see the city spend another $71,000, $52,000 on a software that has not been used properly in the past. We had a meeting here back in March of 2024, and we were told that the software worked perfectly when used properly, but wasn't used properly, and I don't know that spending more money is going to make it used properly. So I have an issue with that. As far as item number 7 is concerned, it is listed as rooftop amenities on multifamily mixed use and commercial buildings, but it's really a height increase ordinance. The ordinance and the language in it only is addressing those that are already at the maximum height and to give approval to go higher. So that ordinance, the name of that ordinance and everything around it needs to be changed, because it's not a rooftop bar amenity, because there's already codes in place for that. There's already building codes and you already have a city code. What you are trying to do is extend the height. And then I'm personally, I'm fine with it, but don't lump all businesses into that ordinance, then further restricting what we can do when it's really only addressing the hotels and the height that they have. And then number 11, I'm just, again, curious where we are at with an update from the January 24 special meeting, because we're at 11 months now. And if the question has been answered, I've missed it, and I would like to know the answer. If we know that the complaint wasn't made on 5/24/23, but it was in the software, it was in the system, then it got put in there by someone and it got taken out by someone, and we still don't know who it did. So there's that information. I think it's been asked 5 times now, 5 months. Okay, so there's no way that it could have been in prior to the work being done. We don't know who put it in. We don't know why it was there. And we don't know how it got taken out. So it's difficult for me, and that goes back to BSNA. If you can upload a document and then upload a document, that doesn't seem like official records to me. In fact, it seems like manipulation of records. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schaller, there was 3 cards. I think you went through all 3 together. Okay, great. Items 4, 7, and 11. Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, Mr. Purvell, you provided 2 cards as well? Yes. Is that second one? Okay, they're separate?
They're separate.
Okay.
One's a
Come
sense
forward.
of urgency.
Yes.
A lack of sense of urgency. It's not what you think. Lack of a sense of urgency. November 8th, late on a Friday, the Waste Pro truck came by my building and dumped well over 10 gallons of hydraulic fuel in the city streets. They had to put dams up to block the flow of fluids. After a few hours, the repair truck came by. They dumped some absorbent material on it, fixed the truck left. That's the last I heard of them. Then we had a rainstorm, and all that schmutz went down the storm sewer. That was Veterans Day weekend. I called them up Tuesday morning. That's the earliest that they were open. They said, send us an email about everything, because I asked them, when are they going to come to clean it up? Sent them an email, heard nothing. Friday, sent them another email last Friday, and I told them if I don't hear anything by the close of business yesterday, Monday, I'm coming to the city. So I'm at the city, okay? I have pictures, and that shows a lack of a sense of urgency when it could be, I don't know if it's a hazmat hazard, but it's an environmental hazard, hydraulic fluid. So I have pictures if anyone wants to see it, but my comment is Waste Pro has no sense of urgency. And you compare it how the city worked on the safety of our kids in handling things in less than 24 hours, gotta tell you, someone needs to complain to Waste Pro. I gave them fair notice. Now I'm coming to the city. I welcome you to look at the stains in our streets. Thank you.
I'd love to see the photos if you provide them.
Can I go up there?
Yeah.
Gotta ask. Now that's after the absorbent material ran down, because I didn't know it was gonna rain. Okay, I thought they would come the next day to sweep up and clean. But it's Magnolia Avenue, okay, 7777 Magnolia.
Thank you. 7777 Magnolia Avenue.
Yeah, in between Jackson and Harrison. Thank you very much, guys. I hope we don't kill fish with that hydraulic fluid.
Thank you, Mr. Purvell.
And manatees, yes, and manatees. And it's manatee month. Zach, you know that wherever you are.
Oh, there's more. Oh, there are multiple copies?
Well, it's different shots.
Oh, yeah, they all looked unique. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Robert McGregor.
Hello, my name is Robert McGregor. I'm a resident here in Cape Canaveral. I spend most of my time over here at Nancy Hansen. And I noticed that the Civic Hub has been pushed back, and they had a nice design to what they were going to do with the property over there. It's been pushed back, no problem. Also noticed, looking through the budget, adopted budget, that there's possibility of new tennis courts being built at the city park by C5. But I heard that was not going to get done because of public pushback. Now there's possibility, I guess, in the budget to resurface the courts at Nancy Hansen, which they really need. I don't know if the council has been over there or not, but there's cracks in them, there's hazards in them. I know they drilled through to look for some wells over there, so there's tripping hazards and stuff. So hopefully, it's been budgeted for next 24, 25, that you spend the money to resurface the courts. It doesn't pertain to pickleball or tennis. The courts need to be refurnished. And apparently the way I understand now is that it's not just gonna be resurfacing. They're gonna have to tear them all up because I guess there's some issues with depressions and stuff. So hopefully the council will vote or spend the money to update the courts over there at Nancy Hanson. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I got a few more cards left. These are all related to the same item, I believe, group. Rita Perini,
They're for item 13.
wait till the item. Susan Denny. Nancy Dean, wait. Thank you. And the other ones was Mr. Zanka and Mr. Gall, waiting. If anyone submitted a card and for some reason I've overlooked it, please come forward or raise your hand. We'll make sure. We do not have the two-way participation, I believe, tonight, City Clerk. Okay, so no one online. And with that, seeing no more hands raised or intent for public comment, we'll go ahead and close the public participation portion of the meeting, which now we can move to the consent agenda. The remaining items on the consent agenda after the amendments are items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Does council or anyone want to pull any of these items for discussion, or would we like to approve them all together?
Make a motion, we approve 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Willis to approve items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Any further discussion on these items? City Manager, does that align?
Yes, sir.
With everything? Okay. Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis? 4. Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Passes 5-0. Consent agenda items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, which takes us to the amendments that we made. We decided to, which one did we decide to do first? Was it the add-on?
Item 13 is next. That's the 243 Coral Drive.
Thank you. So we are now jumping to item number 13, which is a discussion to address the concerns of neighbors of 243 Coral Drive in Harbor Heights subdivision, submitted by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. Mayor Pro Tem, if you want to maybe introduce it, we've got the 3 cards. We can then go to the public and then come back, but the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, I brought this to the attention of the council so we could discuss. The house, 243 Carl, is in Harbor Heights. Harbor Heights is a unique neighborhood that has been there since 1962. The height of this property compared to the other houses at 243 has been a concern since the dirt arrived. Neighbors have emailed and talked with staff. They are getting runoff on both sides of the house, on the east side and the west side. There's been other houses built in Harbor Heights because the houses are old, so they usually demolish the house and build new ones. But none of them, and I have a picture I'll pass down, none of them were built to the height that this property is. When they poured the dirt right away, the neighbors called the city because they were concerned about the height. I have a picture here too that shows the height of the building, of the plat. So the neighbors have some questions that they seem not to get an answer to. I know recently they had a meeting with the city manager and Brianna, and hopefully answered some of their questions, but I just want to try to get us all on the same page and see what we can do to, I've been there, I live right down the street. They are getting flow in their properties and in the back property. So how do we fix this, relieve it, get relief for the neighbors? And there's just a few questions I have. I did some attachments to this item. The first one is the survey, which does not show the pool in the backyard, which was added later, which I think has a lot to do with the drainage of the property. And then, back in November 4th, 2022, John Picard was our city engineer, and he, because the neighbors were complaining about the height, went out there and did some measurements and everything, and he measured that the plat was 10.88, the dirt. And in his memo, which is attachment 2, it says that the fill is approximately 10.88, which is higher than the adjacent properties. And in his few memos to Mike German, Dave Dickey, he says several times that this property is going to flood the other properties. So my question is why it wasn't addressed before the plumbing went in and before that, the building went up. Attachment number 3 is questions and statements from Rita Perino, who has a lot of knowledge of construction. And then, then they decided to put a swimming pool in. If you've ever been by this place, it's a very small, well, it's not a small lot, but it's a big house on a small lot. And there's not a lot of room. And John Picard, again, said he didn't see any way there could be a pool back there. So they applied for the pool, and then they withdrew for the permit, and then they applied again, and they were turned down on, and I have a letter to the owners from the staff, and it says, and it gives the reason why it was denied. It's the staff's determination that construction of the proposed pool and its placement on the property will create unreasonable logistic and safety concerns for city workers with future maintenance in the utility easement. So my thing is why, they turned them down, but now there's a pool there. What changed, and what from the staff's concern about the utility easement and it being so close to the pool and for workers' safety, what changed? It said that altered pool and deck footprint needed to happen, and addition structural conditions for the wall and the deck section. Did that get done? And, if the neighbors had gotten that report after this on how they were going to fix it for the pool, they might have felt a little better about it. And then we come to Kimley Horn on September 25th, 2024, that were sent out there to take another look at it. And they asked for different confirmations on the swale and this and that, and I don't know if they ever got it. And then the last one from Kimley Horn was 243 Carl driveway permit and site plan submitted has been reviewed to ensure compliance with the City of Cape Canaveral Code. And it says the overall site plan is substantially compliant. And it says that the swale in the back has been reduced from 8 feet to 7.6. neighbors there do not have faith in that this is not going to flood their properties, and they're very concerned about it. And substantially compliant, what does substantially compliant mean? That things need to change, there needs to be upgrades in what has to happen before they are fully compliant? Or that's my questions. And I know the neighbors are here and they have a lot to say, so I'm going to let them talk. And I just want to see what we can do. The main thing is, this is going to happen a lot in our city because the houses are older. But do we ever take in consideration, like, this house is way higher than the other houses, the character of the neighborhood and the things that we need to consider? Does it go to the beautification board for them to, agree that this will fit in this neighborhood? And again, we did the LID workshop with different ways to build and raise houses because of the flood zone. Extra fill was the wrong way to raise houses. There are other ways to do that. It is a concern. And, we talked about in some workshops the footprint of the house and the pool, and there's nowhere for rain to go if it's all covered. So my concern is not only for this property, but down the road for the whole city, the codes we need to change and the things we need to fix so this doesn't happen. So that's where I'm coming from, and I would like the neighbors to speak on this.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for introducing this. Before we go to the public, I want to afford the whole council, are there any comments need to make? At this time, we'll bring it back and discuss. In no particular order, Ms. Dean, Ms. Denny, Ms. Perini.
Hi, my name's Rita Perini. I own my house at 247 Coral Drive since 1998. And prior to that, I owned 234 Harbor Drive. So I've been in the Harbor Heights community for well over 30 years. Just a little bit on my background. I have a bachelor's degree in environmental science from Rollins College. And I recently retired from the Brevard County Board of County Commissioners, 37 years as an environmental scientist. 7 of those years I worked with the Environmental Health Department, where I was responsible for reviewing and approving septic tank permits. So I have an intimate knowledge of building procedures, setbacks, setting up site plans, setbacks. We were one-man survey teams back then. We had to set the elevations for the black water and gray water plumbing pipes. When there's no, in unincorporated Brevard, when there's no sanitary sewer, you have to obtain a septic tank permit before you can get a building permit. So my concern with 243 Coral Drive started the day the fill was placed. From my experience and knowledge, I recognize that it was way too much fill. We're not on septic tank there. I notified the city official that day. The city responded accordingly, and the surveyor came out the next day, which is a Friday. He shot the fill pad. There was no form boards in place at that time. He just shot the fill pad that they put the fill on. He returned again Saturday, the next day, and asked me if he could take a shot off my finished floor. So he did. Thus, the memo that Mickey referred to from John Picard, the city building official, that was dated December 8th, 2022, addressing my concern. This memo, I feel, is pivotal and has significant value for several reasons. First, it confirmed the proposed grading plan with the elevation of 10.88. That elevation is a finished floor elevation. which is higher than the adjacent properties. Mr. McCarr also noted grading comments for the AC pad on the west side, which was going to require a swale modification. The rear southern swale slope requirement on that boundary survey was at 3.1. The city requires a 4.1 slope. And most importantly, he noted that the rear or southern swale is directed toward the southeast corner property, eastern property, that's my property. Mr. Picard recommended special infiltration, oh God, I'm out of time.
You're okay.
Yeah, Council, are we okay with extending? You need how much time?
Just a few more minutes.
Okay, typically, we try to keep it to 3, but please, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Picard noted special infiltration swale that's designed to be constructed. Again, large buildings with higher finished floor elevations cause problems to neighboring properties. With that being said, at the time that memo was written, the original boundary survey dated August 23rd, 22 did not include a pool. It was modified, and now the pool is on the survey as of February 3rd, 2024. With the pool and now, the major concern for stormwater runoff is amplified. And my property has had and continues to have runoff from 243. It's bringing silt and dirt onto my property. As a matter of fact, at this time last year, because of the dirt accumulation on my west fence line, I was unable to open my west gate fence. I've had to dig it out 3 times. In addition, my brick paver driveway has been damaged as a result of construction equipment. Thank you, and I just have a few pictures that you're welcome to look at.
Yes, please.
Of the dirt accumulation and also the purposely running drain off on my property. Thank you, I'm sorry to take your time.
You're fine, thank you.
Just wanted to ask one quick
And
question.
Ms. Perini, I'm sorry if that, totally fine, a couple of minutes, whatever you needed to extend there, and I think Councilmember Willis has a question for you.
Your home is located on the east side of this property?
Correct.
Okay, all right. I have a photo. I went out there and shot a photo of the silt fence, and just wanted to be sure that was you.
With the pool out, that's a huge liability. There's at least a 2.5 to 3 foot drop on the east and southern sides, and if somebody falls off that, they're going to get hurt.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments at this time? Okay, so it was Ms. Rita Perini on 243 Coral. I have Ms. Nancy Dean or Susan Denny. Okay.
Good evening, my name is Nancy Dean. I reside at 235 Coral Drive in Cape Canaveral, that's also located in Harbor Heights. I'm also very, very concerned about the stormwater runoff at the site for this property, 243 Coral Drive. I learned of this when I saw the pad. I saw it's very high, it's very elevated. I've never seen anything like that in our neighborhood. Immediately was concerned about the stormwater runoff coming from that new construction. I had learned that there was going to be a pool built there. That just concerned me even more. All the cement, where's this water going to go? Pavers. I called the city several times to, voice my concern about all of this. My calls were not returned. My emails were not returned. It was very, very difficult for me to get anybody to help me just answer some general questions. I also spoke to Mr. Picard, and he was so kind to go out and look. He said, Nancy, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to look, I'm going to report back to you. And he called me back. He said, I've looked at the original survey, and he said, there's no pool on there, and from what I'm observing, there could not be a pool built in that backyard due to several things. So I took that to face value, that there wouldn't be a pool there. Later, I learned there is going to be a pool there, and I called the city again and asked for some questions. People wouldn't call me back. I just really, really super concerned about the stormwater runoff. You have to retain your own. It cannot go on neighboring properties. I do have photographs I'd like to show you when I'm done here. The silt fencing is doing absolutely nothing for the water. I don't think silt fencing is designed for water. And I have some pretty good photographs. I've been keeping an eye on it because I'm concerned. To this day, the reason why I'm as concerned about the stormwater runoff as I am is because I learned 2 builders have been involved in this. There's been many changes for the staff through the process of this. Staff will not call me back, will not communicate with me. There appears to be many changes to the boundary surveys. The latest revision was May 19th, 2024. And also, has Kimberly Horn reviewed this? I think they should see this from start to where we are right now. All kinds of concerns. I had no choice because the staff would not contact me. I had no choice other than to contact our mayor of our city and ask him for help. I know my time's run off. I've got 2 years of questioning and watching this project, and I knew my time would run out in 3 minutes. But I will tell you this, to me, the house on the lot looks too big. Just by appearance, the house looks too big, and it's really pretty simple. The property must contain the same amount of water post-construction as pre-construction. So what the bottom line is, there can't be any more water to run off this property when this home is finished than what was previously there. That is a concern of mine, always has been. I've got a lot more to say, but I respect your time. I would like for you to take a look at these photographs I have of the water intrusion on the west side. I have observed the water intrusion on the east side, which is Rita's house. I've seen them both. It's really happening. The silt fencing is not stopping the water. You also see in here, there's more than water. So could I approach with my photographs?
Please.
I am available also if anyone wants to call me back up. There's a lot more that I'd like to go over, but I'm being respectful of the 3-minute time.
Yes, and during the public comment, the council is going to come back and discuss it. We encourage you to stay, and in the past, we've even went back to the public and needed, so. Yes, if you just want to provide them,
I don't know if you know what you're going to be looking at, but there's water and there's also filter. This is the west side we're talking about, the backyard. And I want to clarify, it's not my home right there. So I didn't want you to think that was my home. On the back are little notes. I don't know if you can make them out. But I'll be happy to answer any more questions.
thank you, Ms. Dean. We've got some photos here. There's provided, in addition to Ms. Perini's photos, they've got some comments on the back. This is the home to the west. Backyard of west property, standing, looking west. West side to the right side of stake is neighbor's picture of 243 Coral backyard. That makes sense to me. This last one, west property of 243 Coral looking west. So yeah, that's it. And one more card here, Miss Susan Denny.
Hi, I'm Susan Denny, and I reside at 236 Coral Drive. I have the across the street view of all of this stuff going on. I'm a retired mechanical engineer, and I'm also on the Planning and Zoning Board. Boy, when they put that fill in, I too was concerned because it was high. I did not contact the city immediately because I knew these lovely ladies were already in contact, and I've been through that where so many people talk to you and you just kind of go crazy. I did join the effort after seeing my neighbors distraught from all their efforts. They had a feeling that the city didn't care. Well, I care, which is why I'm here, to try to help them out a little bit. An email was sent to the city council on October 25th describing the situation and requested a stop work until the drainage report is provided and deemed adequate. The drainage analysis and letter stating that everything is to code were provided. The draining analysis is based on an FFE of 10.88, which Rita told you was shot with no form boards, okay? So the city is stating that everything is all right? It's up to code, you got a drainage report, yet the runoff remains to go into the neighboring yards. The city came out, said they observed that all protections required were in place and in working order, yet the neighbors are still getting runoff in their yards. The protection is that black silk fence that half the time it was down anyway. Houston, we have a problem, right? Are the codes adequate, or is the drainage analyst flawed? Do we need to use more substantial protection when an elevated home is being built? I believe the codes and policies and processes need to be reviewed and updated. We've discussed this at a January 24th Planning and Zoning meeting. It was to discuss amend review requirements and fee requirements for minor site plan reviews. We talked about early drainage review from the city to ensure adequacy prior to building. We haven't talked about it since. In March 27th, there was a joint workshop between the city council and the planning and zoning. It was a joint educational workshop, green stormwater, oh geez, I thought I had it, low impact. Basically, what Mickey had already said, the gentleman who performed that workshop said how not to build an elevated house. And 243 was built exactly how he stated was the worst case to do when you want to elevate your house, looking out for the 50, 100-year flooding. So we had a nice meeting with the city manager and other people. We talked about the FFE, and was it really correct? Because if that 10.88 was taken just at the fill level, then you got 4 inches of concrete that you're going to pour on top of it. Now, we have a piece of paper that says the FFE is 10.88, but we also discussed in that meeting possibly sending somebody not associated with the city to go really measure that FFE. So that way we know that all the drainage analysis is correct or not. You know, we need to figure out if the codes are correct or not, because this is going to go on. And I'll tell you what, I've been monitoring it from the P&Z, but to see my neighbors just distraught over everything is not acceptable. So I do recommend you at least measure that, all right? And if everything, so we know that we're getting runoff into these neighbors, well, then is the drainage report right? You know, do we have, the city's already talked about addressing codes and policies. That was part of the workshop. We need to do it now. So I'm recommending we do it now. And I'm sorry I'm over my 3 minutes. And I appreciate your time. And I'm the one that has the emergency, so I'm going to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so those are the 3 cards there. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, I'm going to bring it back to you. Is there anything that you need to add? And I want to hear from the council and the city manager as well. But if you'd be okay, the city manager, I think, could.
Yeah, I just would like to ask, I guess, Brianna, When this letter went to the owners on February 21st, 2024, about the denial for the pool, and what they suggested they fix, is there a report after that, or was it approved? Do we have something that says this is what they changed and this is now approved?
Will hopefully address any lingering or questions for the first time to people hearing the issue for the first time. One point of kind of discrepancy is the difference between the definition of a site plan and a survey. A survey, surveys what's there. A site plan is what's planned to be there. And so just making sure that we're addressing those correctly, because there wouldn't be a pool on the survey if there's no pool there, right? And so we, staff, myself, city manager, building official, code enforcement manager, deputy director, we've spoken with Ms. Nancy Dean several times on the phone and over email, and had a meeting last week where we discussed the need for the form board survey, because it is correct, like you have to have FFE from the form board survey, not from the plan, which was approved, in theory per se. And so subsequent to that meeting last Wednesday, staff was able to locate the form board survey, and it showed 10.88. Now, if we want to do further investigative work, we're happy to do that.
Brianna, could you clarify, it showed 10.88 as the top of the form?
Yes, that is correct. It is up to speed on permits. That is correct that there was denial of some type of pool permit, and if myself and the building official were not here at the time, unfortunately, but done a lot of research here to figure it out for y'all. And so right now, the house is not finalized. It has been undergoing inspection, and since our meeting last Wednesday, we actually have been inspecting every single day. Oh, that fell down. Either code enforcement, building staff, inspectors, every single day to make sure that we are ensuring best management practices, as well as things are being built, more frequent than a typical inspection is performed throughout the life of a construction project. So yes, there was a submitted application for a pool later that was approved. Again, it was before my time, I believe. So I can't speak too much to that right now, but we do have here our building official as well as city engineer. And before, if you have questions for them, I think especially Robert, our building official, put together a permit history, and he's got copies of this for anyone who'd like it, for this project as of today. And our city engineer, so the city kind of went and did an extra review of this project. Usually it's a staff review to review the permit application and sign off. And then it goes through inspections, passes final, and they can move in, right? Well, we did a second review with the new city engineer once they came on board, and they found the same things, the same findings, which you brought up a point that I think our engineer can clarify for you. In addition, we have in our code nothing that requires a discretionary application for single-family homes. Like you mentioned, CAB. That's something I've seen done, but just to keep in mind, it would apply to every single-family home. And so, once again, that's a code update that could be done should there be desire to do it. And an update on an update per se, the peril of flood comprehensive plan update is going before Planning and Zoning Board next month, which is December 11th. What that will do is Planning and Zoning Board will hear it, because it is an ordinance to update the coastal management section of the element of the comprehensive plan. It will then go to you all actually the following week. So your December meeting, you'll have the first reading of that ordinance should things go should Planning and Zoning recommend approval. Subsequent to first and second reading and adoption by City Council, code updates in direct response to that, and anything else that we'd like to add in. We've got some new staff on board that have a lot of good ideas that go beyond state requirements. It sounds like there's ideas here too. We want to get that done as soon as possible, right? Every second counts with stormwater. So I will introduce our city engineer if you'd like to ask about that specific question, Mallory. Okay.
Just to restate the question. Re-ask the question. Which question? Was it Mayor Pro Tem Kellums?
I just had a question about when they denied the pool permit, and then I guess they reapplied. What changes were made? I mean, the sewer pipe is still the sewer pipe. What changes were made to the pool area to make it acceptable the second time?
I
We
do
don't
not-
have that.
yeah. Yeah, I don't have that information immediately available, but Robert, who put this together, he might, and if not, we can get it to you tomorrow.
And then my question for Kimley and Horn was, what does substantially compliant mean? I mean, there's things that need to be done, but for right now, it's okay, or?
No, hi, Mallory Clancy with Kimley Horn. Substantially compliant referenced the site plan that was reviewed, so the proposed site plan, meaning the SketchUp of the swales on the side and the elevations proposed around the proposed building, that meets city code, city land development code, and that's what substantially compliant means, that the site plan, if constructed as proposed, would meet city code, referring to treatment and other, offset requirements.
So when they decided to add the pool, to me, pool and deck area and all that would change the drainage plan. But it's still compliant with the city code?
The final site plan provided that was approved did show that the drainage would still flow off, towards the front, off of the property, and still meet the treatment requirements.
Okay. All right, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want me to stay?
Mayor?
Yes, City Manager?
I would just like to state that this project will not receive a CO until we have demonstrated compliance with the city code and Kimley Horn's approval as well. So that leads me to discuss something else that's very important, and that is those changes to city code that we might consider. And I was talking with Mayor Pro Tem Kellum at length about this yesterday, and we agreed on something that I think was kind of profound. The height of the concrete pad, the first floor, the first concrete finished floor elevation is not at issue. What's at issue is the height of the yard that's outside those walls. We currently don't have any regulation for either of those for a maximum. You can go as high as you want on that first floor, and there's nothing except 25-foot height you can't exceed. We also don't have anything that says you can't bring in more fill around your outside yards as long as you don't violate our code. So with the profound thinking in my mind is maybe what we should be considering is a code that will look at, it require an analysis of adjacent properties' yard grades and can only be within point so many inches of that, higher or lower. So you can't have a house over here with a yard that's a foot or two higher than everybody else around them. You can build your finished floor elevation as high as you want, protect your contents from flooding and whatnot, but at the yard issue, that's what's at issue here, I think. And I think that code, a code like that would help a lot, and I'm going to ask Kimley Horn to think about that when it's time to bring these revisions in that will help prevent flooding issues in the future.
Thank you.
I have one more question. On this memo from Kimley and Horn on October 4th, 2024, it says the swale, because of the pool deck, the swale width will be reduced from 8 foot to 7.6. Does that make a big difference on the runoff? I mean, is that in code, the 7.6?
Yes, so the original plan that was given, I believe, had an excess in treatment volume provided. And so that reduction still directs the flow in the right direction and just reduces the additional amount of treatment that was being provided. So in that case, it did still meet city code requirements.
Okay.
Okay. Council?
A lot of everything that you've talked about, I've expressed concerns over. I expressed it in regards to Cape View that is being developed and some of the other areas in our city. The elevation of the lot is a problem. And for Cape View, for that project, it's well above the 10.88, but it's measuring from the city street, from the street versus the other lots. When we had our meeting and they talked about elevating lots, I discussed, and everyone said alleged, so I'll say alleged, although I read the verdict. The Surfside had a problem with drainage from a lot that was overbuilt across the street and water ran under the Surfside. So as we look at this and look at our code, we have to be cognizant of the fact that these properties that are the developers coming in and trying to maximize property, the footprint for the structure that is being, built there, as well as the fact that we're not sure really, I haven't gotten a good answer on what size swell will handle how much water, but we know that in some cases the swells aren't enough. So as we look at what we're going to do to remedy these things, we've got a multitude of issues, in my opinion. One being the swell and how much water can it take. It might be time to investigate if you're going to be building these huge properties or structures on a smaller lot. Maybe we need to require storm tanks under the property to handle the runoff. But it's not right to have people that have been in this area for 50 years having their properties flood. And what Mayor Pro Tem said, I'm concerned, I hear pervious and impervious, and will you allow this much? There's no restriction on how high you can build your lot up. We're supposed to, get to a certain height on the form board, but we've got to look at these things and we've got to tie this down, hammer this down, because as developers build, we're going to be creating flooding, and I don't want to have anything to do with creating flooding. I want to remedy what is going on. So I see not just how much is impervious and how much is pervious, because guess what? If you're taking a 50-style bungalow home on a single-family lot and covering the majority of the lot with those combined surfaces, it is not going to drain off the way that it did before. So now we've got to look at that as our city grows, because we want people to be able to fix their homes or build a home and utilize their, put something in. But we've got to be respectful of the neighbors that have been here a long time. And so all of these things concern me, as well as the fact that we heard when I questioned Cape View, we did hear that Kimberly Horn cannot guarantee us as a city that whatever plan is approved by code will not flood. So that means it's on us to ensure our code is minimizing the conditions for the flooding. Right. They're just checking to make sure that the lot is built to code. So we've got to do something. And I think, looking at our code and making changes, it's a time now where we really need to do that. It's past time, and we don't want to create flooding in our city by not addressing it at the root issue, and that is looking at everything that we're allowing and whether we are actually shooting ourselves in the foot on our own code. We've got to change with the times. Now we have people that want bigger places, and some of those things might be, alleviated with the flooding if we allow them, if we look at saying, oh, okay, well, you know what? Put some storm tanks on that lot. you know, but trying to find who's going to commit to us that our ideas for our code work, that's the other thing, because all of it's really an educated guess at this point. Brianna, do you have any clue as far as your experience on places with flooding and things that they found that work?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me about some of those?
Well, so there's a lot, and the city is doing a lot of
Just
those.
a few short.
For example, our code has maximum building coverage, but lot coverage in terms of pervious surface that is just that surface, like patio that's not covered and things like that. In places in our city, it is not regulated, and that is a massive impact.
Okay. And see, that's exactly similar to what I'm saying, because when you're looking at what we're allowing on the lot and the square footage we're covering up, that were natural drainage areas on a 50-style bungalow, it's going to make an impact if we overdo.
Yes.
And that's going to impact the neighbors next door that may have been there for 50 years or 10 years or 5 minutes. It doesn't matter. We're not supposed to do that. So, okay, any other, just
Yeah.
off?
Yeah, and actually, multiple of our staff, we attended the annual LID conference a few weeks ago, put on by the Marine Resources Council, and I'd love to share a lot of the stuff we learned there with you. We've taken a lot of it back, and we probably should still meet to talk about things that we can translate here.
And so my statement on all of this is, as I said, as councilwoman, I don't want to be involved with creating flooding. Don't want to. Don't really care how we got there on our past code. We need to make sure that people can utilize their property and do things to the properties they have and have the correct code in there to minimize flooding and problems for the neighbors. And however we need to do that, to me, we've got to change with the times, because Coral Drive is a perfect example of that. We've had flooding on Fillmore, same way. We've got a lot of things that we're living with as a city that were done decades ago, and now it's not working now. So we've got to be more open-minded about what we consider and taking a look at that code to see what we can do to alleviate the pain of these things.
I will say too, code we can require. The code is the teeth that staff has. I know that several of the staff has given recommendations, and so we do our best. We do our kind of due diligence, because it is too late with stormwater, or not too late, but it should have been done a while ago. More beefed up requirements, but in the meantime, we can do our best to recommend and ask developers and whatnot to redesign based on those principles.
That's what I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis or Davis?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think we're all in agreement that we need to re-examine our code. We need to make changes to code. That takes some time. That's not going to alleviate these problems immediately. I think we need to task Brianna's department with helping find solutions to remedy the runoff issues.
Exactly, right.
We're all going to be moving forward on changing code, but that doesn't help them now. That doesn't help them when the builder is going to be trying to get a CO for this home. We need to eliminate those flooding issues. We need to task our staff with helping them find solutions and seeing if there's any way the city can impose the will of alleviating those things upon the developer.
Yes, we have issued stop work orders when we've found non-compliance, and they come into compliance at that time. My concern is that stormwater that may have been an issue before, where's our teeth to enforce them to scaled back on that. And I'm not sure how you would prove what was there before or now, but it's something that we, like I mentioned, we're having daily inspections. We're happy to do more frequently to ensure that not only compliance with BMPs, but also the permits as well. So any ideas, we're willing to, it is priority.
Well, I think we need to approach it with a sense of urgency.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question now, but
Yeah,
if you
I just
don't-
want to make sure we all have a chance to speak first.
Oh,
Councilmember
I'm
Davis
sorry.
at this time. Councilmember Jackson.
One of the problems that I've seen in multiple locations within the city is the height, which we're talking about, is that 10.88 on that form board, and them building up the lot. Is there any reason we can just take away the ability to elevate that lot right now? Because if that's in our code, allowing them to elevate the lot, that's causing flooding around them, around wherever they're building. And if they're gonna build up, didn't we, in that workshop, didn't they say build up with the base of the slab of the house instead? And the reason I'm saying this is the elevated lot is causing the flooding in around these areas, and we're allowing that right now, aren't I right, City Manager? You and I discussed this for a little bit.
Can you rephrase the question? I'm sorry.
Well, we allow the lot to be built up and we don't really have code or.
There's no maximum buildup as long as they comply with other codes.
Right. And I think we need to put a maximum buildup on there for now as the first thing we look at, so that those are not overbuilt. And if the developer or the builder wants to make, or the owner, the owner that's building, if they want it elevated, they need to pour more concrete.
Well, Todd and I had a conversation about this, and the codes that are in place now are old codes. It doesn't take into consideration the flooding problem, sea level rise, all that stuff. And we were talking about the footprint of the property, and you were saying it goes by the acreage. They can do up to 40%.
Yeah, for R2, I believe it's 40%, or maybe it's R1 is 40% and R2 is 35%.
And I think that we had talked about changing the code to make it like 30%. That would be another code change.
That's an option. Council would have to consider, you're making a lot of properties non-conforming, which could make them uninsurable.
Well, we talked about that to make it of a date, like.
Yeah, anything built after this
Yeah.
could not exceed this percentage. Yeah, council could do that. Lots of things like that we can address, that we need to address, we haven't addressed before. Previous councils were more concerned about the overall height of a building, not so much about the height of the pad or the slab. But I think we've all learned to be a lot more sensitive to that. So these ideas are all good ideas that we need to be bringing into our code.
Well, and Mayor Pro Tem, I know that when we discussed Cape View, we discussed that as well, because R2 for a townhouse is bigger, allows more lot coverage than R2 for a residential structure. So, and of course, if I'm an investor, I'm going to want to put as many of those on that lot as I can to sell, because it's more profit for me. And I get that, but we need to look at how to do that.
Well, I think that, our city is 99% built out. So there's going to be a lot of people's houses that are demolished or changed or, made better. I think that tasking Brianna's department to bring us the codes we need to change in the future so we can get this done. And then tasking your department also to help them, that 243 Coral, to get them the information they want and need to understand better what's happening. And hopefully, before the COs are issued, the flooding problems will be gone. We also talked about with Todd, when somebody comes in with a plan for in a neighborhood like Harbor Heights, if it should go to the Community Appearance Board, because here this big monstrous house is next to these little houses, and, are the neighbors happy with that? Something like that. I'm not sure exactly how to go about it, but that would be something to look into, too.
We have, if I can recap, Mayor, some very specific things we know we want to look into. One is a code revision for future reduced lot coverage across the board for new homes, new commercial buildings, not affecting existing ones. Another one is, I believe, if council's interested, is maximum yard height of yard as compared to neighbors. And the other one, I believe Councilmember Jackson is alluding to, is a maximum impervious surface ratio. I think those are all wonderful.
And actually, I say we need to look at both, the impervious, but also combined. Because when you take grass away, which drains, and you put something on it, and you cover the majority of the lot, I think we're asking for problems. So I think we need to look at it and quit compartmentalizing that into, oh, well, it's impervious, it'll drain. Well, you know what? I know of one place in the city that's not the case.
Yeah.
And so I think we need to look at both. How much surface are we covering those lots with?
Thank you. City Manager, there was a meeting recently with the residents who spoke. Were you a part of that meeting?
Yes, sir.
Were there any open-ended items from that meeting that were not resolved that we committed to the residents?
Yeah, at that meeting, we did not have a form board survey.
Okay.
We committed to them that we were going to find one, and we have since found one. Has it been transmitted to those residents, Robert? They have it. That was a very big question in our minds, because if the top of the dirt pad was 10.88 and the form boards are 4 inches above that, that puts him at 11.13 or something. And if Kimley Horn is reviewing based on 10.88 and not 11.13, that's going to make a big difference. Well, the fact that we see the form board survey was at 10.88, so that means what Kimley Horn reviewed was what was approved. So that's good. And that's quality follow-up right there.
Okay, and were there any other open-ended items? I don't recall, other than, what we heard today, the general concern, I think, was clear. And in the spirit of fixing the problem today, I think that's the heart of the issue, is first addressing, I think, some really good questions.
Yeah, but it's also about addressing what's happening every day. If something is blown over, knocked over, or not working and creating an impact on an adjacent property, and there's a code compliance issue with that happening, that can be cause for a stop work order. Make it right, fix it. And that's what Robert has been instructed to do on a daily basis, is go out there and inspect for these things, make sure nothing's blown over, not working, or causing a problem. If there's a code violation every day, stop work order every day.
Other than the silt fence, were there any other stop work order code violations that were submitted? Building official, is Robert here?
I don't know. Can you come up, Robert?
Yeah, but as he's coming up, this was brought to my attention, I don't know, a few months back, and I think that stop work order was, whenever that was when I really started becoming familiar, but it was related to the silt fence.
Yes, Robert Bogowski, building official. So I wasn't here, the house was built when I got here, but since then, there was a silt fence issue that we addressed, it was fixed, and now the silt fence is in its proper application currently. We had some other issues. I think early on, I wasn't here, but when they did do the foundation height in the fill, there was a stop work done then, and then that was addressed, and then it moved forward from there once that was addressed.
So other than the silt fence, has there been any since then for the code compliance?
There's been a couple of code compliance issues. They weren't stop worked, but they were addressed. There were some pipes, drainage pipes that were moved towards the fence that we had the code enforcement go out, take a look at, told the owner, they moved the pipes. So those were addressed.
Thank you. And today, it's, as of the last, I guess, inspection, it is in compliance?
It's in compliance as of today.
Okay.
I have a list if you'd like them. This is excuse me, a list of all the inspections that have been done and all the permits that have been pulled.
I think that would be very helpful. Thank you. Is it one copy?
Yes, one copy and 2 seconds.
Thank you. Yeah, I will we'll pass this. Why don't we start down there and pass it back this way? Okay. And yeah, the issues around this property, hopefully we can figure out. I think changing the code and some of the comments we heard is really good. Moving forward, projects are underway as we speak, but it just doesn't make sense to me. And that's where I think we as a city really got to over-communicate with the residents here. I think that that's where a lot of the tension will arise, is that we will meet. And I think as we heard from Ms. Dean today, state that, and even Ms. Denny, at some point, we start to all get involved, and that this is, and then it ends up on a meeting. And so whatever we can do, to make sure that we're staying in front, because I think this one's been on the radar for a while, and when those denials back, for whatever reason, attempt 1, attempt 2 for a pool, and the chairman of our P&Z board talked about there's another property, I guess, with a pool in the yard, and I drove by it, not an engineer, but it certainly, if it was my neighbor, I would be concerned, and I think that's how we're all trying to treat it today, as if it was our neighbor. And if there's anything more, a more exhaustive inspection that would allow you to, for budgetary, get more resources, to take a deeper test, inspections, whatever you have at your disposal, I would think that would be a good idea. As far as tasking the department, I think we're saying we're going to task the city manager, that we can figure out what's going on, because it's the documents that were provided, I can't remember, on the photographs of 3 properties, 2020 build, a 2021 build, and another 2020 build, 321 Coral, 393 Coral, 8811 Seashell Drive. The grade height of those, I guess the question is why aren't other properties built up this high? And why is that inconsistency there? If so, it seems like people would all, continue to build higher if they could. And so how did these current projects get done? And some of the questions was, what was the grade height code requirement when this house was built? And so I'll pass this down. This was provided to me. Was it was it you, Ms. Dean? Okay, I'll pass. We can go down and back, but those are the 3, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Kellum might have referenced that as well. Is there anything we're missing that we can do? A lot of times we're kind of pulling and trying to figure it out, and can you help with anything?
I would just say that this house is under construction, meaning that the stormwater provisions are actually not in place yet. There's a temporary silt fence in place that's keeping the silt from going off the property, but it doesn't keep water from going off the property. That's not its design. It's just for silt. So once all those swales are in place and it's all complete, then it will perform its proper function. But currently it's not doing that because it's under construction. So the swales haven't been dug out. They don't retain the water. So I think as soon as as we get closer to final and those things get in place, I think it will get better.
Thank you. Yeah, the common sense, if I pull my hose out and I'm spraying water on the neighbor's property, that's not allowed, and I understand, but it just that basic understanding of the neighboring properties, because we're here on some other properties too, have a responsibility to contain their stormwater.
Yes, and I also think communication in this case, and over-communication, as you said, will help. And Brianna, if you will assign a team member, perhaps Robert or someone else, and a point person among the residents who are here tonight, perhaps Ms. Dean, if you want to be that point person for regular communication and update on a perhaps weekly basis, to make sure that all concerns are addressed, we know what happened out there this week, that kind of a thing. Communication will help a lot, I agree with that.
And I think that if we can have the property owner or developer, like every perspective at the table, I think that will be productive, so we'll make an effort to do that.
Agreed. Let's do that.
And the last resource, City Attorney, have you been involved in this project? I think it would be a mistake to not get you involved immediately. If that's a task of the council, at least to review it, and to your perspective, to our Community and Economic Development Director, Brianna's point. Council, City Attorney?
Yes, I think I
Review.
asked too, is also the difference when you guys denied the pool and then you approved the pool, the changes that were made from that denial to the approval. How did they change their plan or whatever to be in compliance to get an approval?
We'll send that to you as well as the residents that we
Okay.
have.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was my understanding, looking at the record, that those requirements were met, and so then they approved the pool. There were some concerns, those were addressed, and then the pool was approved.
And you're asking for what those concerns were?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you all. For the sake of time, I suggest that we try to move on, same as we've done for previous items, if we would need to continue to keep this in front of us. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for putting this on the agenda, and thank you all for coming and speaking on the
Thank you, ladies, for coming,
issue.
and I hope that we can help you out there.
Yes, thank you. Okay, are there any other comments before we move on? Seeing none, that concluded item number, was that 13?
Yeah.
Lost my sheet there for a second. Give me one moment. Okay, so we now have 13 done, and then we added on what is, we're calling 15, and we agreed, I think, to take that one after this. This was an add-on item, I believe we got consensus for. And just to be clear, we do have consensus before to add this on. Did we all receive the email from Ms. Rosanka and Mr. Gall? I think we all were copied. This is discussion on the Way Village. At this time, we do have 2 cards. Councilmember Jackson, I know you made the motion to add this on. Are there any other comments that you want to make? I would like to give Ms. Rosanka and Mr. Gall an opportunity to speak.
And that's what I wanted to do. But basically, I would like to take a look at this and getting it in front of council because it's been going on for quite some time. It would be a great addition to our city with some of the things that are being discussed. So we need to work and give this the attention that it needs so that we can get Mr. Gall moving forward with this project. So I thought bringing it in and letting everyone discuss it and getting it to us is important so that we can hammer this out and get this done.
Thank you. Council, any further discussions before we allow public comment?
I'm kind of hesitant to do this because we have to remember that council is council and administrative, and then there's administrative stuff that Todd handles and the staff handles. In the past, we have never dealt or interfered with anything that is with this or anything like this until there's been a final proposal. My understanding, they're going back and forth and with Anthony, and they have not settled on anything. And I don't mean this this company in particular, I mean in general, just because they don't like the answers that they're getting from staff does not mean they should be able to come to council and we interfere with the process that they're doing. I think this is an administrative thing. I don't think we should get involved until it's at the very end and let them do their agreements and disagreements and get it settled. So I think we're getting into grounds that we shouldn't be in.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Okay, any other comments before? My comment, I'd actually like to address that before we go to public, because I think it's important, because I think you're suggesting to not move forward under interference of some sort. I see no interference. I want residents, just like the Coral Drive. I want businesses within our community, just like the ones we've seen in the past, to come the exact opposite, respectfully, of what you said. Is it who else do they go to when they get to a point? And from my understanding of this is that the other side, development agreements are not approved by the city manager.
No, I understand that, but it's administrative. But this has been ongoing because the plan has been expired and extended and expired and extended, and now they're having a difference of opinion on how it should be settled that we normally don't get involved in. That's what I'm saying. When it's city policy on how they usually do this type of thing, and they want to change it to something different.
Yeah, there's a point, and from my understanding, what I was going to say is that the property owner, the business in this case, and reached a point to where they are ready to bring the proposal to the council despite any concerns that I see.
But it hasn't been approved.
We approve.
I know, but it hasn't had any final approval through the staff.
We are the final approval.
But usually it goes through staff.
I think, there's no recommendation yet from city staff. That's not required by code. At some point, especially the history of this project, there's a point to where the property owner, and this isn't specific to this, can only get so far. And I think you're exactly right. They may not like mutually each other's point in the road. At that point, the private property owner pursuing the development agreement and legal counsel, it's appropriate at that point to bring it to the council. And under this case,
you may have more information on this than I do, so I'll go ahead and listen. I mean, because I don't have all the details.
It was, for a lack of better words, the original development agreement took some time. It was in a standoff, and it was not moving. This was former city manager. It was brought to the council. I had no idea, the council had no idea there was a pending development agreement. And upon reading it, the council approved and moved forward with it. We've reached a point here to where time has become the issue from my understanding. And I think the private property owners, from my understanding, went far back, started this process a long time ago. And today, they are requesting the council to review. And so with that, I just didn't want to proceed without understanding that I think we are the only place they can go at this point.
Yeah, but my understanding is they want to, instead of go by years of, to develop the next phase, they want to go by occupancy, when the city has always gone by years, not by occupancy. So that is city policy. That's not something, So anyway, let's just go forward and hear everybody out. And I could be wrong or whatever, but let's just hear it out.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? Ms. Rosenka?
Good evening, Mayor, member of City's Council. Kim Rosenka, Lacey Line Rosenka, 1290 US 1 in Rockledge, Florida. I'm here on behalf of OG Enterprises. With me is my client, Moshkov. interesting, as I was preparing for this tonight, I went back to August 20th of 2019, where we did this exact same thing because we couldn't get Mr. Green to move us forward. And it was because at that point it was Mr. Green. It wasn't Mr. Morley. I don't want to put him in that same light in any respect. But I was looking at my notes, and it was because we couldn't get the city staff to move. And we've now been talking to city staff about amending this since February 6th of this year. And we've had many reiterations. We started with just a one-page amendment, and Mr. Garganese thought it would be easier to do it in a full amended and restated, so that took some time. We've had some site plan changes. And the need for this is the concept has changed. The times have changed since this came in 2019. And as you may know, he wants to do a food hall. Mr. Gall wants to do a food hall. He wants to change the elevations a bit, actually make it more attractive, especially now that Central Boulevard is the town center. And there's been a change in your vision. There's been change in a lot of different things in the town since 2019. Mr. Gall has not intentionally delayed. We've had COVID, as you all are aware. We had Central Avenue that the whole street was busted up for storm water. There was some issues with that infrastructure that was not done properly and cut off Mr. Gall's property from the stormwater system. So this has been a long process, and now Mr. Gall has this vision and he wants you all to see it, and we've been asking to get to City Council. As recently as October 4th, we met with the city and said, hey, this is what we want to do. They don't agree with it. I'll agree, but I think this is only your second port of call development agreement in the city. So it's not a policy that it's not done, it's just never been done. And so we're here to try to move forward. We'd actually like you to hear it tonight. We're prepared to go forward. I see no evidence of why we can't. I know Mr. Garganese will say that there's a due process issue, and your code does have a due process provision, but it doesn't apply to development agreements, in my opinion. I know that's probably not something you guys are going to want to do, but your next meeting, I can't be there. And so a special meeting that was intended on the 12th, I can't be there. I'm at Brevard County Commission. So we would like to go forward. We would like to show you what we are thinking, and if you disagree and choose to go with your staff, we understand, but we need to get before you so he can move forward. Yes, this has expired, but we started this back in February. Never thought we'd still be here talking about it in November. We thought we'd be moving on. We'd be in site plan approval. And Mr. Gall has spent over $500,000 in plans for this phase 2, and we want to move forward. And I'm not saying that's on you. So with that, we'd like to be heard tonight. If you're not willing to do that, I understand, but we do need to get this moved forward sometime in December that's acceptable to all the parties that need to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gall?
Thank you. Thank you, council, for hearing me tonight. I'm here ready to present the project. If that's something you guys want to do, or if it's something that you want to table, we will accommodate that as well. I'm here to answer any questions. I'm here to fill you in, Kim Davis. I know you're fairly new here on the council, but this has been ongoing for about 5-6 years. And I just want to be heard. Staff and I can have our disagreements, that's fine, but ultimately it's council who decides the direction of the future of Cape Canaveral, and I hope to be a big part of that. And if city council doesn't agree, that's absolutely fine. I have other things that I could do on my property, but I am trying to be community oriented. If you do just look a little bit at what we do and how we do everything with community in mind. Perfect example is Cocoa Beach. If anybody heard about the controversial parking garage, even though I got a 5-0 approval on a parking garage, the community really disliked it, and I ended up yanking that because I do believe, obviously, in making money because I am a developer, but I do believe in creating nice community-oriented spaces, which is exactly what I'm trying to do here. All I'm asking is to be heard. If you don't like what I'm proposing, that's absolutely fine. And I will respect that decision. I just want to be heard.
Thank you. And I think council decides we can.
I'm sorry?
Consider that and come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. So my issue with this was that starting back in February, there was a request to be placed on the agenda. From the email correspondence that I reviewed provided by our city manager, I think that they did their part and they responded very quickly. In the comments we heard earlier about not getting calls back from citizens, that's where I take issue. You take out the specific technical issues, it's that responsiveness. And for them to reach out, I think, to the council, I knew it didn't come before patience. And so I think that was demonstrated. I'm still not clear why this was not placed on the agenda, because tonight was the opportunity, and now they're fighting and asking for a space that I think by right and far, I mean, why could we not add them to the agenda? Was it because we weren't ready based on the terms?
We did not have a finalized development agreement proposal ready to present.
And I think that my understanding is that the property owners presented the development agreement and said, we want this. The city says no, and they say, well, we're basically done at this point. They do not agree with the response. And at that point, they have a right to go to the city council, the exact issue in 2019. And that's where I got involved. And when I learned that from Mr. Gall and immediately brought it to your attention, and the email Ms. Rosenka finally sent us, they had an opportunity to be heard. And this was an example of where I think the council wouldn't have known. I had no idea that something was pending at this point. I don't think any of the council would have known, because they respected that. They didn't reach out to the council. And there's folks out there that do that. They're telling everybody all the time they respected the process. And I'm not sure about the due process applicable to development agreements, but I'd like clarity on that. I would like to learn about this project. I think they deserve the opportunity. If city staff has an issue, I asked an email a couple of days, maybe there was a response, I didn't see it, is what are the specific issues with this agreement? And I don't think I've gotten a response.
And the city attorney can talk about the due process, the process, and also the specific issues if you care to ask him.
Yes, if there's any technical issues, but the idea to push it is going to I think, it's going to be basically a year. They brought this up in February. So city attorney, I think that would be helpful. The points within the development agreement where the city does not agree or yet still working through, how much more time do we need? And how can we move this along?
Okay, so let me address it this way. I think it was back in October of this year, we had a meeting with Mr. Gall and his attorney and Ms. Rosenka. Went over the project again. As Ms. Rosenka indicated, we did an amended and restated port of call agreement. I mean, the port of call agreement is I would say 95% complete. There were some technical inconsistencies in the exhibits. We received those, I believe, on November 1st. I haven't had a chance to really kind of hone in on it since it wasn't put on the agenda, but it looked to me at first glance that they addressed the inconsistencies. So the only issue for the council, and there's a disagreement between your staff and the applicant, is the phasing schedule for phases 3 and 4. Phase 2 phasing schedule and the other amendments to the agreement, I don't think the staff has any issues with. It's just, again, the phasing schedule, phase 3 and 4. Mr. Gall proposes a phasing schedule based on occupancy of all of the previous phases. So phase 2 would be based on a calendar time period that he would file applications no later than 2 years after the effective date of this amended and restated agreement. then he would move forward with Phase 2. And then Phase 3 would be based on occupancy of Phases 1, which is the existing building that's been in place for years, and Phase 2. And, staff position has been, that's a little complicated, that determining occupancy for the next phases is something that the city hasn't done, presents some challenges regarding that determination, and would prefer to have calendar dates. So this, based on the city manager's suggestion, I went back and presented an 8-year calendar date between Phases 2 and 3, and then Phases 3 and 4. And that was rejected and resulted in the email that we received asking and requesting to be put on the agenda. So the only issue that I'm aware of that staff has a disagreement with, again, is the phasing schedule between 3 and 4. Mr. Gall's proposing this occupancy methodology. Staff was proposing 8 years, and that's the disagreement. Todd, I don't know if I think I covered the disagreement at this point.
Perfect.
I mean, assuming that the exhibits, staff is okay with the amendments to the exhibits. I mean, there were some inconsistency there that I picked up that had to be cleaned up, and, they did provide it on November 1st, the revised exhibits.
They have up to 8 years.
Well, that's what staff went back to, the last time staff went back was 8 years. Now, we also had an issue that we resolved in our October meeting, because a phasing schedule shouldn't be open-ended. I mean, if the council's going to agree to a development agreement, there needs to be at least some concrete deadline. And the way the agreement is worded, we put in that concrete deadline between phases. It's a rather lengthy time period, but nonetheless, it is a definitive time period that if they don't make that phase by a certain time period, then either party would have the ability to terminate the agreement or propose an amendment to the agreement to address it, whatever the issues may be at that time. So it's really a phasing schedule issue. Now, due process, this is a port of call agreement. There are no specific notice provisions in the city code regarding the council's consideration of a port of call agreement. Given that that's the only issue, technically there aren't any local notice requirements or statutory notice requirements for this amended restated development agreement. Nonetheless, it is a land development issue, and adjoining property owners and property owners in the vicinity tend to like to know what's going on and being proposed for development before the council takes final action. I'll leave it to you whether or not you want to, under these circumstances, move ahead and trying to make a decision tonight, or whether you want to put it on a subsequent agenda that has a little bit more formal notice than what was provided this evening.
Thank you very much. That was helpful. I'd like the opportunity for either Mr. Gall or Mr. Rosenka to either confirm or clarify anything that was just said as far as the sticking point between Phase 3 and Phase 4. And, I guess the notice is a separate, but is that?
No, I actually think Mr. Gergenese did a very exceptional job of narrowing it down. I mean, we wanted to be on the agenda. They said 8. We came back and said 10 if you can get us on the agenda for this tonight. And it was November 11th, staff wasn't in, and then I was told on the 12th it was too late. And I wasn't clear why it was too late. So other than that, yes, I mean, that's basically the phrase, what's happened. And that is the phasing is the only issue remaining, and how to evaluate the timeframes for the phasing with the occupancy.
And
Which actually we have done occupancy, Mr. Gall and I, for his up in Titusville, for a grant program through the North Brevard Economic Development Zone, very similar to an occupancy and workforce calculation. So that's why we were able to come up with those forms and the thought process behind it. So it's not unheard of to do it based upon occupancy.
Thank you. It was certainly new to me. To me, it was not as much, I wasn't concerned about the time in between the phases, which I guess collectively, it's more about, if we approve a development agreement that's, doesn't have an end date, it's 20 years later, who knows what the city's like, and they haven't, even started the project. Just the end termination date of whenever that would come to an end if development is not completed by. I certainly think that makes sense, by a certain end date. In between the phases, I think the original development agreement, was a couple of years. I think we learned to the point we haven't done a lot of these. And so the city is at 8 years, and the property, Mr. Gall, it's 10 years, and that's the delta, the difference right now?
10 years between 2, 3, and then 3 and 4. At a max, 10 years is what we propose back to 8 years.
Okay, so city attorney, 10 years between phases 2 and 3?
I guess that's a counter.
Or no, did we suggest 8 years between phases 2 and 3? And then 8 years between 3 and 4?
Yes. So the way it would work would be 2 years for phase 2.
Mm-hmm.
Then 8 or 10 years between 2 and 3. And then another 8 to 10 years between 3 and 4. Now, phases 3 and 4 are the vacation apartment rental buildings as defined in the agreement. One of the reasons I wanted to do an amended restated agreement, just so you know, is most of you weren't on the council when the original one was. So having an amended and restated agreement gives you the complete picture of the agreement as amended, rather than just a pinprick amendment showing only the amended sections. You wouldn't be able to get your head around the entire agreement without reviewing it. So, that was one of the reasons why, I recommended that route. So, yeah, that's the issue. I mean, if the council's all right with 10 years between phases 3 and 4, and assuming, upon final review by staff that the exhibits are correct. We're arguing about nothing. Plus, he has a proposal. He has a presentation, and I'm sure he's probably, knowing him, he's probably itching to show everybody publicly what he wants to do for this project. But I'll leave that to you.
And the last thing I'll say on this is, 10 years, 8 years, there's a vested interest to want to get this done as fast as possible from more on their side than ours, because today just owns land, pays taxes on it. That land doesn't generate very little, if any, revenue for them. And so at some point, they want to convert that liability or that asset into it, grow that into something. And I think the thing that, the location of this from a notice perspective, 2019, we talked about this. I would like to certainly give Mr. Gall the opportunity to present what was provided in the email, or Ms. Rozenka. I think I might have been the only one on, to your point, City Attorney, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Kellum came on shortly after this.
Yeah.
And so that makes sense. And that was a big part of that. If we go back 2 weeks ago before the agenda cutoff, the city has made a little bit of progress. But in the future, it would make sense to me that we try to get this in front of the council and say, here's where we're stuck. And we could have this conversation, and it would afford this council the opportunity to read it. And that's it. So council, if we want, I know it's 8:24 now. We got to watch the clock. This was an issue that came in as an add-on, but I think we've identified a very small difference I think it's a matter of getting comfortable with the project, and whatever we need to do that, I think is of interest. A proposed date later in the month, I think, is an issue with them. Plus, in my opinion, is we, the council, need to, I think, be here absolutely. And I would, if more time is needed, I'm thinking in days, not weeks, to come in as a standalone only and to knock this out or whatever else is needed. I think it's a win for everyone. Yes, Councilmember Willis.
We do have 12/3 available.
December 3rd?
Yeah. And that would afford us to properly advertise what it's going to be. And it gives both Ms. Rosinka and Mr. Garganese a chance to go back and iron out if there is really any difference. But we will be portraying it to the community that this is going to be happening. This is going to be the presentation. It'll be out there for everybody to know it's happening. And it gives them a chance to prepare, us to be in the mindset. And I think we can reach a resolution.
Just for information, I'll have to go to Jacksonville on the 3rd, so I won't be there.
We did a matrix of staff and a city attorney's availability to see what ones worked out, and the only one that worked out for everybody was the 12th. There's varying degrees of availability for others.
But who must be here? A majority of the council.
I think
We have to have a
I think it's
quorum.
important the city attorney be here.
December 3rd?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if I told you, I had a meeting, but it's been rescheduled, so I'm available on December 3rd.
Will this be open to the public?
Yes.
Yeah, that's new, that's good news, because I think everyone, well, Brianna, are you available on the 3rd?
Not after work hours, I'm not that day.
So I think everybody else could be here except Brianna on the 3rd.
What I don't want is to stretch out for us to come back in and go 8:10, do we have an issue? I think what's most important is that we all read this agreement and that we've seen the position of Ms. Ranka and Mr. Gall. But I think we heard tonight the position of the city, 8 and 10. Council, I mean, that's 12 days away. I think we need to talk to the property owners now and see whether or not that would work. Yes, December 3rd is being considered to bring it back.
Yes, ma'am. We're available on that date.
That date would work. Let's just be extra cautious and have a backup to, if not the 3rd, when would be a second?
I don't have any problems with any date.
Okay. And that's the soonest we can meet is the 3rd?
When's that? The 10th?
December, oh, December 10th is an option?
Just throwing out a date, yes.
Later?
Well, he was looking for a second date.
Okay, so a 10th could potentially work if the 3rd is not good, and the 3rd is the soonest we can do with your scheduled changes, city attorney? By phone?
I'm not sure I'll be available on the 10th. Right now, I have a meeting, my calendar at 6. I can do, I can do time before that, but I can't do 6.
What
On
about,
that day?
On the 10th, yeah.
Okay. Well,
If it started
what,
at,
Monday?
I have another meeting
I
at night.
think we could look at the 4th and the 5th,
The 5th is BOA meeting.
about the 11th.
That's Planning and Zoning Board.
does the 3rd work for Ms. Rosenka? Yes. It's the time on the 3rd, the issue, Mr. City Attorney?
Oh, I can make the 3rd. At the council's normal meeting time, if that's the time you want to set, on the 10th and on the 9th. On 9th, I'm not available. The 10th, the meeting would have to be earlier in the afternoon for me to attend because I have a conflict that's 6 p.m.
Okay, so it sounds like, I mean, we're the 19th today, it's Tuesday. Next Tuesday's the 26th, that would give 1 week notice. We would have a standalone meeting to come in. If anything had on.
If we're going to do that, I'd like to take advantage of possibly holding a CRA special meeting for an item, a housekeeping item that Brianna learned at the FRA conference needs to be addressed. We could possibly knock that out in the same day very quickly.
Well, I think we can add on that and maybe then, but my importance is that's the first item.
Brianna's not here, right?
On the 3rd? Oh, okay.
Well, for this item, my only concern for staff operations wise was the occupancy. So that's not part of it. I don't need to be there. And for the CRA meeting, I'm preparing it, but Anthony could probably speak to it in my absence.
That's a good point.
I mean, if the city staff makes a recommendation and the property owners have no issues, it comes down to this council just doing their due diligence, making sure that we're reviewing everything and we understand what we're agreeing to, and we can move forward. Okay, so
Would Councilmember Davis be able to call in?
So we have 4 out of the 5 for the 3rd. The 9th was suggested, how about this? Let's go for the 3rd unless there's another date that's mutually agreeable by the other parties where all the council can make. If they agree, then I think we can do that.
Sure. And a CRA board meeting on the 3rd as well?
Well,
No, she can prepare the item and Anthony can present it.
If he's okay with that.
When it's finalized, sure. I mean, I can present anything.
Well, this would be a special meeting.
Compare it, actually.
I prefer to be here.
This would be a special meeting under the city council's purview. And yeah, I think during reports, let's do a CRA or discuss that as well.
Okay.
I think that's good. Okay. Council, we've all received the presentation. I would be willing to listen to it. If we want, maybe we'd take a break and we've got the rest of the agenda items 7 and 8, both on second reading the public hearing. And we have 1 item for action. I think these are going to move pretty quick, and 2 discussion items, or excuse me, 3.
Do the presentation on the 3rd if we're having a meeting about this?
That makes more sense to us.
Is that good for y'all?
The public will be honest.
Yes.
And I would like for people to see what we're seeing in the presentation, because one of the concerns that citizens have continually brought up to me is the fact that we've got so many hotels up there now, and you hear them all the time and even online, no more hotels. So this brings a different flair, and that's why I wanted to look at how we can work together to make sure that we're covering what needs to be covered. It gives us retail space that's very much needed in our area and some different things like that, rather than just another hotel going on that corner.
Options for restaurants as well.
Yes. So I think that working together is, a good thing. So I would like for people to have the opportunity to see that, be noticed, and know that that's going to be discussed, so they can be an active participant in something going on in their city that could end up being something really beneficial, possibly. So
There is no other alternative where Brianna and I could be here. I would like to hear the presentation. I would like to have information too.
he sent it to us in email.
I know, but I would still like to be here. I understand if I'm the only one that can, that's the only day, but I'm sure you would like to be here too. It's important to have Brianna here too.
Well, I think that the presentation was sent to us in the slide format. Mr. Gall's willingness or Mr. Zenka's to present that to the public was what they wanted to do today. That was a big part of their request. And they met the deadlines to do that. And so this is an after effect. In my opinion, they met the deadlines. And it got stuck for whatever reason. We have the 3rd. It's got some limits. I think city staff will work and try to find another date, maybe that more people.
And I would like to note, I'm sorry, that Brianna did see the presentation when we met. She had some.
I was double booked, so I remember I had an interview.
That's true, I remember.
We only talked about your other project.
I think we should go with the 3rd unless there's, because then you're getting into the Christmas season and people are busy, and the 3rd is good. It gives us time for the public to get here if it's on a special meeting about this, and more people will come to see what's happening. I think it's a great project, and it's what the residents are asking for, more retail, more restaurants. I think it's a good project, but I think the 3rd would work the best.
Okay.
May I propose something? Kim, if you would like, I could give you a presentation anytime you would like, and Brianna, you could be present over there. Whenever you would like, I could give you a presentation so you know exactly what I'm proposing.
Mayor, is it accurate for me to say that we have consensus to have the CRA board meeting at 5 on the 3rd and this meeting at 6 on the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as the CRA item isn't going to be, we come up to that, I don't want to put pressure on that. That's fine.
Okay,
For
thank
me.
you. That helps us a lot.
I don't think it's a major issue.
The major
CRA.
time issue is doing the staff report, writing the resolution with Anthony in advance of next Tuesday.
So the reserve date, Councilmember Willis brought to our attention 12/3, and I think our city manager did message earlier on this. I don't know if there was that date, so thank you. And if there's another date, that's good. Do we need a motion for the 3rd? I think
Consensus is fine.
consensus. Any opposed? Okay. City Attorney?
I think for that meeting, based on, the applicant's comments, we'll go ahead and prepare a final draft, and then the council at the meeting can decide what it wants to do with respect to the phasing, 8 years, 10 years, or whatever. Could leave a little blank there for you to decide, and we can fill that in later. So I think the council's given us some direction on the calendar dating rather than the occupancy. Is
Thank
that
you.
fair? Fair to say? Okay.
Anything else? Mr. Zenka, Mr. Gall, anything else on your side? Thank you both. Appreciate your patience. Thank you. There's no issue with those dates. City manager, are we good?
Works for us.
Schedule it. Thank you. Okay, so jumping around, we have knocked out item number, I shouldn't have called it 15 because we have it would have been 15 and moved that one to 16. The add-on items has been addressed. We've rescheduled that meeting, I think, which was the original intent of that, and the public will have the opportunity to get involved on December 3rd. And we've handled item 13, which now we're jumping back up, correct me if I'm wrong, to the public hearing portion of the meeting?
Correct.
Are
Yes,
we
sir.
following the maze correctly?
Item 7 is next.
It's 8:40. I need to take a quick break. If anyone else, if we want to proceed, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, you can continue, or we can take 5 and come back together. I need 2 minutes, 3 minutes at most. So,
I'm
but
all
if we
for-
all want to take a
I'm
quick
all for taking a break.
few
but
minutes,
it-
been a while.
But
Is
I'm
that okay?
older and I need
just
more
didn't want to
time.
hold us up. Okay.
2 minutes.
It's 8:39. Let's try to be back well before 8:45.
What?
8:43.
Okay, that's better.
8:43, okay. I'll make It's 8:47 PM. I call the meeting back to order, reconvening. We are at the public hearing portion of the meeting. We got two public hearing items. The first is numbered 7 on the agenda, ordinance number 2024. Mr. City Attorney.
This is ordinance 20-2024, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, amending Chapter 82 Buildings and Building Regulations to adopt regulations to allow the construction and installation of rooftop amenities on multifamily mixed-use and commercial buildings which satisfy the requirements set forth in this ordinance, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. This is the second and final reading of this ordinance. Also, it's a public hearing item. As you know, the council requested some changes to the ordinance during first reading. Staff has identified and described those changes in the agenda item. In addition, there was a little bit of wordsmithing that I think the manager wanted us to go over that was made to the ordinance after the agenda went out. Other than that, the ordinance is ready for final consideration by the City Council, Mayor.
Thank you,
Can
City
answer
Attorney.
any questions.
City Manager.
Yeah, the wordsmithing that I discussed the request for that was that we just simply say the light source or the light must be compliant with city's turtle lighting code. That could be, one of those amber lights or red lights. I forget what spectrum Brian knows, what color turtles don't get attracted to. Is it red or is it yellow? Amber, yeah. So, they could have that and it'd be compliant with the turtle lighting code. So I think that's a good clarification. And I do have another one, Mayor, that I haven't had a chance to discuss with the city attorney. If I could bring that up now, it's a minor one, I think. If we could go to page 2 of 4 of the ordinance, Mia. Starting on line 40.
40?
Yes, sir. So 40 reads, when the rooftop amenities are constructed and installed on a multifamily building or for residents living in a mixed-use building, the amenities shall serve the use and enjoyment of all residents and shall not provide exclusive use to any specific units. I think in context, that means when we say all residents, we mean all residents of that building. But it could be misconstrued in the future as a standalone statement shall be use and benefit of all residents, meaning anybody who's a resident of the city of Cape Canaveral. So I think we should just clarify that. Anthony, does that make sense?
Yeah, if that's what you want to do, sure.
My proposal would be the amenity shall serve the use and enjoyment of all of the residents of the facility.
Building.
Of the building, yeah.
One more time.
Insert in line 42, enjoyment of all of the residents of the building. On line 42.
Add in of the building.
Yeah, after the word residents.
Okay. City Attorney, that's okay from your...
Yeah, that's okay from my perspective.
And that's all I had, Mayor. As the city attorney said, those the changes were enumerated, and we could go over them. There are 6 of them. Some of them were just actually taking things away from the ordinance because we had regulations that already covered that. For instance, sign ordinance, we didn't need to have special sign ordinance regulations. Our sign ordinance takes care of that. Another one is the safety barrier regulations. That's items 3 and 4 there in the middle of that page. Because the building code takes care of the safety barrier regulations. It's going to require a guard and a certain strength of that guard and how it's constructed. And lastly, the noise ordinance, item 5, we felt it wasn't necessary, or the council directed it wasn't necessary to have a special noise ordinance regulation because our existing noise ordinance would still apply and still be effective in this case. So 3, 4, and 5 were strikeouts, removals from it. The other ones relies on the zoning ordinance floor area regulations. That was another strikeout too for maximum square footage. But we clarified, and I want to review this one, number 2, clarifying the allowance of a maximum size of both open air and covered structure. So an open-air structure would be like a gazebo, rain can fall through it. But a covered structure could be an enclosed structure where you actually go in the door and you're in an air-conditioned environment. So we clarified the size of that, and that is, if we could go to page 3 of 4, Mia, of the regulations. Over and specifically what it says on page 3 of 4, starting at line 12. It says rooftop amenities may include open-air shade structures such as cabanas, gazebos, pergolas, or trellises that are at least 50% open to the sky. In addition, one or more covered roof structures exclusive of elevators and stairwells may be permitted provided the total amount of the covered roof coverage does not exceed a maximum of 200 square feet. So that's the maximum of that enclosed space. And we believe that's consistent with council's direction last time we heard this item. Covered or enclosed? No, just covered. Okay, so the stairwell and the elevator. Thank you for that clarification.
And that's because there's a limitation in the building code for rooftop enclosures.
Okay.
Talking about covered roof structures.
And what section is that in?
Section 6.
Yeah, B6.
B. Line 12? Oh, okay. Oh, this page, good. Thank you, I see it. Okay.
Covered structure.
So it will, what would be the change to these lines, 12?
Anthony, can you discuss what it was before, if you recall?
Or no, this as written is
Revised.
no clarification or tweaks needed to
Yeah,
this.
I
Okay.
think the original just talked about the open air shade structures with at least 50% open to the sky. That was in there. Then after the first reading, I believe we had the discussion about also providing the possibility of having a covered structure. For example, the one we talked about was, let's say there was a bar, like a rooftop bar. Then the bar area, while it's not completely enclosed, can have a covered roof structure to keep the elements off the bar. So that would be the way it's proposed, not to exceed 200 square feet for a covered roof structure. That adds an additional amenity to the rooftop rather than just the open air shade structures. I think that's what, right, Brianna, what we clarified?
List of types of uses that could be here were not changed, but is just the structure. So, if you think of Ryan's Pizza in Cocoa Village, you've got your register there, all your bottles and whatnot, napkins, to, not allow the elements to hit those. You might have a bar, like maybe tiki hut type, whatever design they decide, but fully accessible with outdoors on the sides.
The issues we heard are concerns from Ms. Schaller today, public comment. I was trying to jot, and she spoke at length in the last one. As I understand, the property that assume she owns now This, she is allowed as a property owner today at that building without this to do a rooftop structure.
Yeah, I understand her comments. So where she's located in the C1 district, the maximum allowable height is 45 feet, and she's well underneath that. I'm going to say that she's probably at maybe 20 or 25 feet. So her point, if I understand what she's saying, was she could do all of this now without having this code. What she's saying is she thinks this code should be defined or couched in language as being an exception to a height regulation. And it's an interesting way to look at it, and I would certainly like the city attorney's opinion on that. We have a section of the code already in 110 about exceptions to height regulations. And if it works out that way, we could insert that in under that. Just a thought.
No, I mean, we're so far down the road with this ordinance to then back up and then amend that section, I don't think would be a constructive use of time, in my humble opinion. But we went down this route, as I think as the manager is alluding to, because when tall structures are built up to the maximum height, then they are limited as to what can go above the maximum height of the building per code. And there are very specific limitations. So this ordinance started months and months and months ago on going down the road of, well, let's just address the tall buildings, adding additional rooftop amenities. And that evolved through the process, including at the Planning and Zoning Board, to open it up, this ordinance, to all rooftop amenities with some, clear guidelines to assist property owners that want to have this type of amenity regardless of height. So this ordinance is not only addresses those above maximum height, buildings above maximum height, but provides the guidelines to help guide people with doing a rooftop amenity. And I think they're good guidelines that have been discussed by the council, by the Planning and Zoning Board. So, I mean, it's up to council, but they are supposed to be uniform guidelines. They're not, all encompassing, but they lay out a pathway, a clear pathway for building owners, eligible building owners to do this rooftop amenity without imposing any real, major restrictions.
I think the concern would be there is, for instance, a building of 25 feet height where a 45-foot height building is allowed. Are they restricted by these restrictions? For example, the 200 square foot roofed area?
I mean, what do you mean restrictive? Because every building is going to have limitations, okay? Because there's utilitarian functions on the top of rooftops in many cases. Some buildings aren't even going to be able to accommodate, according, a building official could speak to that, rooftop amenities because the way they're constructed. There are going to be limitations under the building code about keeping occupants away from certain utilitarian equipment, right, that they're not supposed to be near. So there are a lot of restrictions for public safety purposes and occupancy limitations that any building owner is going to have to jump through these hoops with the building official. So, there are limitations. This ordinance proposes that if you're going to have covered structures, then yeah, manager, they're going to be limited to a maximum of 200 square feet, but it doesn't limit. I don't believe a total amount of covered roof structure does not exceed maximum of 200. I'm not sure we even discussed or interpreted this to mean that you can't have more than one. It's just, providing some guidelines. So it's up to council what you want to do. If I didn't step on your toes there, building official, but I'm trying to. Because there are a lot of technical building code aspects to this.
So if the building in a lower building, and they build it up 25 feet, they can put a big addition on the roof because that's still allowed. And then they can have a roof deck area. That would be independent of this code.
Adding a floor or adding a roof?
Yeah, because you're adding a
Right.
floor.
Yeah,
You're not-
floor
You're not
is-
adding a rooftop amenity at that point. So you could have half the building, say a bar, and you walk out the doors onto the rooftop. Then the rooftop ordinance would come into play. So there's lots of things you can do on a building that's not at its height, restrictive height.
And I think this ordinance was intended to apply to buildings that are maxed out in height.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And number of
So those ones
floors.
that aren't, will have a lot of options.
And it could be simply that the in the first part of it there, Mia, if you could go back to page 2. On line 20, item A, could be intent and purpose of rooftop amenities or utilize underused rooftop space on buildings which are at the maximum allowable height.
I think B is where it would go, because A is just the intent, but B is where you.
Okay, B, rooftop amenities for burning commercial that are at the maximum allowable height. And that removes that story argument from lower buildings.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so the city.
I'm not sure I follow that.
Yeah,
What do
because
you mean it removes the story? There are no, if you want to build a story, that's a whole story on top. I mean, if they're not at the maximum height, a story is not a rooftop, right?
Correct, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You could
so-
build you could do half a story, and the
Sure.
other half could be rooftop. That still would be allowed, that'd be a deck, it wouldn't even be a rooftop amenity at that point.
Right, this does not, I think what the building official is trying to advise you is that this doesn't address or impose any limitations on a building owner's ability to add another story.
That's correct.
Okay, this is just about the rooftop, which is defined in the Florida Building Code as the top deck, right? Like a roof deck, I think is the definition.
Above the final story.
Yeah, above the final story.
Okay. So
Hopefully-
the roof has to exist first before.
Yes.
And the statement earlier about these being guidelines, if there was new construction, just say, well, there is, happening around, and they were to build it 25 feet, and build a rooftop amenity, from what I understood, you were saying they would now still need to follow these guidelines, even though they're under the 65-foot, if it was a true rooftop amenity?
If it's on the, yes, correct, if it's on the roof deck. But now,
Prior to this getting passed, they still could have done it,
Correct.
but this gives now, our city manager said some restrictions, but I understood well, yeah, I guess they have to be followed.
And down on line 27, gives more definition of that because it says, not intended to increase the building story's height or accommodate functions that could otherwise occupy enclosed spaces within the building, such as, but not limited to, fitness centers, spas, enclosed restaurants, locker rooms, retail shops, and other similar uses. So it's restricting it to it just being that rooftop amenity with whatever coverage over the roof. So it's talking about enclosed spaces there because.
would be another story.
Yep.
Right. Even if they only used a portion of that story and rooftop on the rest.
Yep, you could do that.
You can do that.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Only in the economic overlay district.
Yes.
Recommendation of the
That's
planning
what
and
it says
zoning
here
board.
in the charging language. It's in
Yes.
But in the little area of commercial outside of the overlay district, under 45 foot, they could still do a rooftop amenity,
Correct.
but they would not be subject to follow this, as long as it stayed
Within the height limitation.
within the height limit.
That'd be
They're
correct.
not, if they're not within the
Overlay.
overlay.
Not a lot of properties, I think that, okay, that was helpful. So under these scenarios where you're 65 foot, they've already went to the Community Appearance Board to get that. Right, so, and this would basically be an additional approval through the CAB, Community Appearance Board? Would this go through?
Yes, anything above that 45 feet, for example, in C1.
I think the mayor means in the case of an existing building that's already built, would the rooftop amenity have to go to the CAB?
Per our code, yes, we do have the triggers. It might also require site plan approval, depending, by P&Z recommended to staff, depending on the scope, which is based on percentage of increase. It
Okay.
requires approval, just a matter of whether it goes to the board or not.
And they have the ability to approve?
CAB can approve or deny, and planning and zoning can recommend to staff.
So once this goes out, if passed, these aren't going to come back to the council. We're basically given the
Unless
community
there's an appeal or a plat.
variant. Okay. That's great. Very helpful to understand. Council? Willis? Councilmember Jackson? Okay. City manager, anything else you need to clarify?
I don't know if there's anybody in the public that wants to speak to this.
Yeah, we heard the comments earlier. Yeah, I think, and like all codes, if we get down the road, we can run it back through the process and try to stay in front. I'm very interested in the I think representative last time, what he said they were interested in it. That was the first that I had heard, and I think we'll learn a lot from are they here today?
Yeah.
Oh, you are? Oh, that's great.
This is a public hearing item.
Yes, it is. Thank you, city manager. Let's go ahead and put this out to the public. Thank you very much.
And can I add clarity?
Yes.
At the planning and zoning meeting, the consensus, of course, was to add the EOD requirement, but that to see how it's doing and come back and potentially expand it.
Okay. Council, we'll go to public hearing. This is open to the public. Item number 7, ordinance number 2024. If anyone would like to speak on this item, you can come forward now. Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and close public hearing, bring it back to the council.
Make a motion, we adopt ordinance number 2024 on the second reading.
I'll second.
Amendments.
With amendments, he said.
Manager enumerated, yeah.
Just want to clear, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Yeah, with the changes or the amenities that, the changes that we made to the language about the turtle.
Turtle lighting and also about residents of the building.
Yes.
Okay. City Clerk, was that clear? Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, second by Councilmember Davis. Any further discussion? Seeing none. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
All right, ordinance 2020-24 passes on second and final reading as amended, which brings us to the second and final public hearing item, ordinance number 21-2024. City Attorney?
Right, this is ordinance number 21-2024, second and final reading. And, second, An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending Section 54-7 of the City Code related to hours of operation and general use of city parks with city electric vehicle charging stations, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances, resolutions, incorporation into the codes, severability, and an effective date. Again, this is second final reading. Also, a public hearing item. There haven't been any changes since the council passed this on first reading at the last meeting. Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager?
No changes to this at all from last reading, Mayor.
Okay, we're on item number 8, public hearing item. Any technical questions for City Staff Council before we go to the public? Councilmember Jackson.
Just a technical question on page 2 of 3, under E, other terms of conditions of usage. Are those parks correct with those hours? Do we need to update that?
I believe that is a previous
It's the
resolution. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
the
the
current one.
Yeah, it's the previous version, and I'm wondering if we need to update that previous resolution.
Okay, so you did reference attachment 1.
Yes, thank you. No, attachment 2,
Sorry, you're right. Attachment 2.
page 2 of 3.
And then, okay, good. And so,
Yeah, I don't think that's the, I don't think that's the current charging rate resolution. That's the old one. isn't it?
Yes.
I think
Do we
that's
need to-
Councilmember
do we
Jackson's
need to
question.
Update the old one?
There was some discussion, we went back and looked at the old one to see whether or not that needed to be amended in light of the council considering the ordinance, that's before you for second reading tonight, and we determined that it was already covered in the new rate resolution, which unfortunately is not attached to your agenda package. So I think if this ordinance passes, the rate resolution is currently adequate.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, I just was curious about that.
So, I mean, when we look at attachment 2, the resolution, the changes for the sake of time that we want to make, there's not a big difference here, right? It just be the, or do we need to wait? If it's not substantial, we've done this in the past. City attorney, I don't know if he has the resources and bandwidth to make those changes if they're not substantial today. Could even, or do we want to?
No, I think Mayor, I think the ordinance as presented is correct. The ordinance states that, let me back up. The ordinance today says that the city council by resolution or the city manager by administrative rule may adopt extended hours in city parks on a case-by-case basis if legitimate circumstances warrant hours of operation different than those set forth in paragraph A of this section. And when the city council considered the rate resolution for EV charging stations, the most current one, the council established extended hours for EV charging stations in parks. So that resolution was passed.
Okay.
This ordinance now adds some language saying that, the legitimate basis includes, but it's not limited to, allowing certain limited areas within a city park to be open for extended hours to allow the charging of electric vehicles at city-owned or controlled electric vehicle charging stations, et cetera, et cetera. So all this ordinance does is it expressly states that extending the hours in parks for EV charging station is a legitimate basis for extending the hours, which the council determined in the last rate resolution was appropriate.
Okay.
So that's what this ordinance does.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Any other technical questions for city staff? Seeing none, this is a public hearing item. We are on item number 8, ordinance number 21, 2024, open to the public. If anyone would like to comment, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public participation portion of the meeting. Back to the council.
Make a motion, we adopt ordinance number 21, 2024.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, got a second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion? City Manager, are you good? Yes, sir. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Ordinance 21, 2024 passes 5-0. Which brings us to item number 9. That concludes our public hearings. Items for action. We have one tonight. Appoint a council member as the 2025 alternate delegate to the Space Coast Transportation Organization Governing Board representing the North Beaches Coalition. We're at 9:19 p.m. I think we can do this. City Manager?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Currently, Councilmember Willis serves as us. We're in the second year of our alternate, and I believe Councilmember Willis is willing to serve. You can confirm that, and then appoint any person the council desires to fill that.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Willis, you've been serving. Assuming you're willing to serve again?
Yes, I would love to continue serving. Wanted to add to it that the Secretary for District 5 appointed me to the District 5 Safety Planning Committee for all of Central Florida, and I am the only representative from Brevard County.
That's fantastic.
But Cape Canaveral is the number one priority. So I'm willing to serve if council would like for me to.
In the event that Councilmember Willis is not able, is that addressed here that?
Cocoa Beach, we're the alternate, so Cocoa Beach would handle those duties.
And it can't go to one of us?
No.
It has to go to Cocoa Beach as first right of refusal?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As it historically, we tend to be representative each time because there's not perfect attendance on all fronts there, so.
Okay.
I make a motion that we appoint Councilmember Willis to the alternate.
I'll second that motion.
As written, no changes, I think, right? Mayor Pro Tem, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Jackson to appoint Councilmember as written, which is the 2025 alternate delegate to the Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization Governing Board representing the North Beaches Coalition. Just reading the item there. Any further discussion? City Attorney, or Manager?
No, sir.
We're okay with this?
Yes, sir.
Go. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Passes 5-0. Councilmember Willis, thank you for your willingness to step in and do that. Take time out of your day and schedule. And then very good news about more of a regional Central Florida representation on that safety committee. That's excellent. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so now unfinished business, item number 10. We're at 9:22, and we have 2 items here, item number 10 and 11. Looking forward, I just want to point item for discussion. We've got item number 12 and 14 remaining, so 4 more items total. The first unfinished business item is discussion on City of Cape Canaveral code enforcement metrics and any applicable policies, excuse me, submitted by myself, Councilmember, or Mayor Morrison. Now, this was postponed from the October 15th, 2024 meeting. It's one that I put on. I think we've had a chance to take a look. One of the things I just want to emphasize, I did not get to, I think, introduce it last time, was that this is just a starting point. I had a chance to meet with the city manager and our community development director, Brianna, and my message to both of them is, it's not about getting, maybe all these are a bad idea. It's about finding something, maybe from here or an addition that we're already doing, that we want to add on with Brianna taking over that role. I know there's a lot of new things happening, and I just wanted to emphasize that I think the timing is right to not necessarily implement, but to at least plant the seed. Because this council, I think all of us, at some point, strategic planning meetings, we've talked about metrics and things like that. I had a good talk. Brianna went through each one of these and kind of provided a framework of how she thought about it. I thought it was really helpful to see what works. And I think for today, in the sake of time, perhaps, if okay, maybe if we go down the line on these and give just a quick, we're already doing that one. This one we're looking into, and maybe ones that are not a good fit, or any others maybe we want to consider adding. So with that, I should go city manager.
Sure, I'd like to turn it over to Brianna. She's excited about doing metrics, by the way.
Thank you. Brianna, the floor is yours.
I'll make it short and sweet. So I haven't looked at these, I think, since we met, so I need to bring my brain back into this. So response time to complaints. So that is something we do already measure. Compliance rate, that is also already measured. And this work is managed by our code enforcement manager and deputy director, Brian. He does a good job at keeping this. Thank you. I was about to ask that. I didn't know you were walking up. Number of inspections conducted, that's also something, and just, the way I approached it when I met with Mayor Morrison was kind of like, I thought of what's the return on investment of dedicating staff resources to doing these things, because that we need to maximize field presence, not office presence from the code enforcement staff for multiple reasons that I'm sure you all know. And so, is it worth having another staff member working on this behind a computer when they could be out in the field enforcing stormwater violations, for example, whatever it might be. We also have 3 staff members that started this year as first-time code enforcement officers who are still working on their certification. First one's set to have the first class in January, I believe, and the other 2 still onboarding as well. So we are getting the team together, and I do believe it would be inappropriate to start measurements now because the data would be skewed because of all of those reasons. But it is something that we'd like to start soon. Excuse me, not start, but build upon the efforts that Brian already does. So I'll jump back on number 4, repeat violation rate. I will let Brian address that because we do already have a mechanism through the special magistrate regarding that. Community outreach, he does, you know what, I'm just gonna pass it to you. Yeah, but I will add just real quick on number 6, resident satisfaction surveys it's gonna be very polarizing. If you've been complained on, you're gonna give a bad review. If you complain, you're gonna give a good review, most likely. So it's not something that we can really do anything with that data. And then cost of code enforcement per case is also done at time of code reduction hearing on a case-by-case basis, and it is a very time-consuming process for each case. So I'll pass it over to our manager.
Yes, everything that we look through on this, it all takes a little bit of time to gather this information. The system itself doesn't necessarily, it gathers some of this information, but then when we put it into our, what I do with the city manager's report that I do once a month that I send to you guys, once I put it into that, it creates that spreadsheet, then I have to go in behind it and I have to create all those columns on the right-hand side where it shows you all the calculations, and I have to do all those calculations. And then underneath where I put the averages, kind of show you where we're at, I have to calculate all that. So more information that we add to these, the more calculations that we have to do, the more fields I have to add into a spreadsheet and stuff to that effect. So what I would like to do is, and what I did with the city manager when we met, we came up with the top stuff that we really want to track and we really want to keep eyes on. The time that it takes to get out there after a complaint's filed, the time we go from that complaint to the first notification, the time that we go from that notification to the notice of violation. So we can keep eyes on this so we're not having that repeat that we had before where we had this long case process where it's taking forever to resolve these cases. I'm sorry. Just real quick with the repeat violation, we don't have a huge amount of repeat violators. A repeat violator is someone who's already gone to the special magistrate and been found in violation, and then they re-violate after they come into compliance. That doesn't happen a lot of times. Once they go to the special magistrate and the special magistrate finds them in a violation and they come into compliance, they seem to stay in compliance after that because they speak to the magistrate and the magistrate gives them the big, you could be fined, you could be liened, you could do this. So that kind of gets them a little bit more motivated. So we don't have a lot of repeat violators. We can do the others. Like I said, there are some others in there that we can do. I think we need to look at it as what we're doing now compared to this. And like the mayor said, maybe some of these aren't, what we need to do. We need to look at something else. But I ask you to look at that spreadsheet that I send you. If there's some things in that spreadsheet that you think, well, we really don't need that, along with the city manager. I know that we changed that spreadsheet, 6-7 times because we were like, well, maybe we really don't need to track this.
Or there's a better way to summarize this information by color code or something like that.
Exactly, right. And I have done that for him. I've color coded it. I didn't put color code on it for you guys because we didn't have that discussion and I didn't want it to get too busy and what's going on here. But I have done that for him. I color coded it so the majority of the stuff you can go, oh, okay, these are green. They have permits on them. They're waiting the permit because once a permit goes on, it kind of takes out of our hand. It goes in the building official's hand. And we wait until the building official says, okay, they've expired or I've revoked it or whatever. Maybe doing something like that so you can quickly see, what we're looking at. But I want to make sure that the metrics that we're doing are really geared to improve our process and not just to do metrics. I want to show. And I do this because we do it once a month. I bring the code officers in and I show them these metrics and I go over these metrics and I tell them, look at this. And I show them the outliers and I say, look at this. This is taking you too long. This should have already been in the special magistrate's hands. Yeah, and it's actually working because the guys are coming to me now and going, hey, this has taken a while. Should I be doing something different with this? And I say, yes, where are you at in the process? Oh, well, I just sent them a courtesy notice. Okay, you should have already you should have already gone to the notice of violation. You're taking too long. We need to go ahead and get that out today. So it's actually working because they're coming in and actually asking me, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? And keeping me involved with all of their cases.
Thank you. I was looking at it after a city manager and it'll be a constant evolving process that I think we'll get better at. And it's, compared to what we were doing before, even if it's not where we want as an organization, I would argue to anyone, it's better than what we had. At least we know now. And we're working, and we have a new team. So thank you, Brianna. Is there anything else on that?
just say we do have, Lisa was able to schedule us meetings to go over what's in the spreadsheet. I think it'd be extremely helpful, just to reiterate what Brian said, Mr. Palmer said, Officer Palmer, that if you can let us know what you're looking at and what you're not looking at, because if we're doing unnecessary work, we want to be more efficient with it. Also, we have the BSNA service. Brian actually has hosted or offered to host a training for the whole department, and we're going to do that because there's got to be a way to automate some of this stuff in BSNA. Hopefully there is, and we're going to figure that out.
That's great, and eliminating the need to customize after you export. It takes time, but within BSNA, you might be able to get it where you hit a button and it's just the way you want it. That takes time. Thank you. Automation's awesome. Yeah, and I mean, just one of the initial things is, and I talked to the city manager upon my first review, is it's really important that from that NOV being sent.
Compliance date established.
Yeah, that was actually, I forgot about that one. I mean, that's important. The goal is compliance. Well, you know, how do we measure that? Are we all saying the same thing and understand it to be the same? But from the time from notice of violation sent to a notice of hearing sent, we weren't measuring that, I don't think. And that one is more valuable. I would say you could even add that one and probably eliminate two. But for this, it'll get bigger and wider, and then we'll shrink it down, I think, over time. But adding that one in, I actually did it, just added that column, just to see, and so helpful to see. I don't.
Mayor?
Yes,
real quick.
Officer Palmer.
Yes, just real quick, when you, like that, like the notice of violation to the notice of hearing going out, you know, sometimes you'll have, like I've discussed with the city manager, sometimes you'll have those outliers, and those need to be explained. So when you're looking at a spreadsheet, you don't see the explanations to those, okay? So I just want to make sure that everybody is aware that if you see those outliers and somebody wants information on that, on, hey, why is this one here? A notice of violation was sent out and the, you know, notice of hearing wasn't sent out, you know, within that time frame that you gave them. There's a lot of outliers. We have just a real quick thing. We have a lady over in Harbor Heights that we helped, and we helped her get her lawn mowed. We helped her get her garage door fixed and everything. It took a while, but we helped. We contacted people. We got her in contact with people. We got stuff like that. So some of those cases do exist. So if you see those and you reach out to me or one of my guys or Brianna, we can explain those.
That's great. Yep. And they're just, you have some serious life safety issues that I noticed on some no courtesy letter sent. I'm like, you don't have to send it. And there's certainly, it'd be almost irresponsible to send it. You have to take action. And so that changes the data too. But potentially the second thing was flagging those types as, hey, this process, the officer upon investigation believes this is going to follow a little bit more expedited process due to, you know, having life safety box checked or whatever is best. But there's a few I could say you could eliminate, and I will email those.
Sure. And I would just add that this spreadsheet is an outcome from the January 24th special meeting. And it's been, I think, maybe 4 months or 5 months we've been putting it out there. And as you said, it continues to evolve. It's a management tool. And it's going to have some things that we need to discuss internally. But there are things there that may not apply to the council that, you know, we'd like to hear feedback. If you don't feel that's necessary, we can take that out. But Brian, I just wanted to take the time to personally commend you for your professionalism and dedication in getting us where we are. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
It's a big difference.
And I want to provide some context as well. The number, you don't normally get compliments of code enforcement because their job is to enforce, right? The number we've gotten is a lot, the most I've ever seen from a code enforcement crew. So Officer Palmer and Natalie from HR done a great job at getting people hired on. He's done a great job training them, getting them onboarded extremely quickly. And the first officer who's been there, I want to say 9 months now, it seems like it's every day there's a compliment on the quick turnaround time, for example, specifically 1 hour at the site from point of complaint to visiting. So just some context there.
And I saw it. I mean, I saw, because you're tracking initial visit, and they were almost, so many were same day. And then one more step, courtesy letter, same day, if not a couple days after, which is fantastic. And hopefully it gets into compliance, but that NOV following and following the process. Thank you for getting this out. I think we got a lot of great minds up here and organization all the way through. Our new team members always have great feedback too. And I think they're getting their certs, and that's kind of a cool thing too. It's kind of all they know is Cape Canaveral and their first experience, I guess, into it. Specifically code enforcement.
Right.
Backgrounds may be related, but that was it. Council, I'm done. If there are any comments, add-ons, my recommendation would be that continue to communicate to the city manager and team and for improvements and anything you see today.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
just wanted to commend Brian on a good job with this spreadsheet. This plus your item that you brought to council, Mr. Mayor, should be an organic document, and it's going to grow. And I think if we use this document as a trigger for areas of improvement or whatever, but we can, in the future, as technology becomes available to us, that this could be a roadmap for whatever we're using to make your job easier.
Exactly, yes.
I've already seen a couple of places where we could probably throw another column in there and calculate a few things, but, I think it's great for us as a council to be able to see everything that you are actually seeing and doing. I mean, it may not be applicable to us, but it only reemphasizes the fact that you're on it. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Jackson?
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Davis?
I was just going to say thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I look forward to where this goes. The last thing I'll say is, one way I've already used it, and I think this is that level of the council, is when we get an inbound of any sort that you can say, go check, oh, I do see it. Before, we really, we'd reach out, and our city staff was always, well, just reach out, give us a call, let us know, which was very amenable to what we were trying to do. But this allows us to go, no, they've been working on it. No one's done anything, a complaint. Actually, no, that's not the case I can see here. Or it's a new issue that comes in, goes, we don't need a new issue. It's already an existing issue. And so those are the ways, just feedback. I've already used it on a couple of them. And with that, city manager, any other comments?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, good deal. Let's go ahead and move to the next agenda item. Number 11. Update to the January 24th, 2024 special council meeting, postponed from October 15th. We did not discuss anything. One thing I want to clarify is that the document provided, the agenda cover, actually the agenda summary, so item number 11, the one that's, thank you, in front of us, and basically the column, the item, and the status as we go down the line. This has not changed. I'm not saying I'm not asking have things happened. I'm saying this is the same version going back, our city manager, we were looking at that. Was it August? I guess when would be the last time?
The significant updates took place in September, as right there at the talked about September 17th. On the 19th, there was a meeting further down. Mia can scroll. There was a meeting on the 24th and on the 30th, where we were really drilling down as far as we could drill down on when was the note the cowboy complained about rocks in the swale on 5/24. And to get to that sense of closure on that, what we know is that the former code enforcement officer stated that he put that record in there. He also stated that he did not put it in there in BSNA. He stated that he put it in there separate from BSNA on his computer. And that document was later uploaded into BSNA. So that's where that statement came from. I know there's been a lot of speculation about how that happened, but that's the story that we have. Because it was an uploaded document, you can't trace it to keyboard taps and mouse clicks in BSNA. All you can show is it was uploaded, a document was uploaded on this day. I think that's about as far as we could take it. We had Mike Schaefer, and our IT director, in there helping us with that, and the city attorney in that. I don't know how further we can drill down on that. Brian, did I miss anything?
No, sir. We have changed our process on that, so we can track who's putting information in, when information is being put in. Nobody else is allowed to touch another code officer's case inside of BSNA anymore. If an information needs to be put in the case, the code officer is the one that puts it in there. If I believe that something needs to be put in the case, like a note or something, I go to the code officer and puts it in, the information in there. Nobody else nobody else does anything inside a code enforcement officer's case except for them. We also changed our process with the letter or the Word documents. We don't do that anymore. Now we use a different portion of BSNA where it actually tracks every input and who put it in there.
So we weren't using that before?
We were not using that before, no.
Okay, so it wasn't that we didn't have the capability, it was that we were not using the system that way?
We started using the system that way. We moved to a different way of doing it, of logging it and tracking it, thinking maybe this would be better. Obviously it wasn't. We learned our lesson. We went back to a previous way of logging it, so it does track everything that you put in there. And then I implemented the from now on, nobody goes into another case. I go into the cases, I just don't put anything in there. I have to go in to look at the cases to make sure things are going right, smooth, make sure everything, the dates are good. But if I see a mistake, I call the code officer into my office. We go over it, and then I follow him to his office. They input the information, making sure, we agree on it. I'm not gonna make him put something in there that he doesn't agree on. We agree on it, and if he's good with it, then he puts that information in. Nobody else touches their case.
But what I'm trying to determine, and it's for probably future things and anytime we're implementing anything or anything like that, is when we rolled out BSNA before, I know that was during the pandemic, so training was online and things like that. Were we not aware that we had the capability to track inputs at a user level? Or did we, I don't understand why that wouldn't be happening.
We were aware of this. We were using that portion. That portion was not viewable by the public. So we decided to go into a different way of doing things to allow it to be viewable by the public. And what happened was when we went to that, these documents were starting to get saved on people's computers.
And it defeated that user tracking.
Yes. And so then we said, this is not best practice. We need to go back to where we can track what's being put into the system and by who.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so that's on the Jackson Avenue side. And the last update, it really since September, is there anything, well, let me just close on Jackson. I think it's important that I was in a meeting with city manager, city attorney, Officer Palmer, IT Director Mike Schaefer. Was anyone out? Was that?
I believe that was it.
And as I think said last meeting, I did not walk away any clearer. And I think that there's some items on that still to this day do not make sense. I think we've always had the audit capability within BSNA. But the decision to change documents, I just want to clarify before Fillmore, the former code enforcement officer stated that he put the record in there. What record did he put in there?
That on 524 Cowboy complained about rocks in the swale.
The entry?
He put it in a document, not in BSNA, on his computer, separate from BSNA.
He stated that he created that document in BSNA, but who put it in the document that was provided?
He stated that he's the one that typed those words into a Word document, saved it on his computer.
And then how did that get to the council though? Because that's the question.
That was, I don't know who loaded it. Somebody put that in as the document itself.
There were several documents that we found that were uploaded. It would have been one of those documents. It was in one of those documents that was uploaded. But that code officer, the salient point is the code officer said he created those words and typed them out on that document and saved it on his computer. He stood by that to the very last day that he created that and saved it on his computer.
Do we know when he said he created that?
I don't think
During
we asked.
the investigation.
During.
Yes.
Yeah,
During
that's a big point. Did he create it after or during? I think at some point it reached the report that you provided.
Yes.
And so I think you stated that you completed that report. And so at a minimum, it was, I guess, passed through.
Yeah.
But when I go through the audit features on BSNA, there's logins during that period of time, and there's a lot of activity. I understand some of it, but we're deleting records. And I don't understand how, if we have a backup, like every organization can back up, it's backing up, why we can't back up to that period of time and find those records as is. I want the council to hear that was a major confusion point. The whole point of backing up is to go to a date. And I think today, is one thing, but can we go back and see a change prior? And I remember walking from that meeting thinking, no. And at that point, I had nothing. Like, what was the record on this date?
Mike, can you speak to that and the capability to do that?
And that's my last question on Jackson, and sort of an update for the council.
So to make sure I understand the question right, you're asking, can we go back to a previous date and pull previous status of what is actually in BSNA at that date? Is that the question?
Just in Word documents, on hard drives. So the hard drive if the claim was the former code enforcement officer stated that he wrote that, can't we go back on wherever that document was? Well, if that document doesn't exist anymore, because I think that was another indication, was how can we go back and track the city manager's report that was put to us and see who put that in and then work backwards?
So I have a multiple part answer to your question there. The first part is within BSNA, when you delete a document out of BSNA, it is actually deleted from the database, so it is not archived. And I confirm this with the BSNA tech support. So there's no way for me to go back and retrieve and say this document in this format was in the database on this date. So I cannot recreate a previous date of the BSNA status of that date. That capability does not exist.
So what about a Word document independent by itself, as what I understood the former code enforcement, is that document on a hard drive, typed in the document.
Okay, so two parts to that answer. The first part is in BSNA, you can see that a document was entered and it will show you that a document was deleted. It will not show you the contents of that document that was deleted. So I can see that a document, but I cannot tell you what the content, if that statement was in there on that date or not.
And that was consistent with what I found within BSNA. It would say a letter was deleted. You would click on it, and it'd even say view letter, and it does not archive, as you said. However, if that Word document was created on a hard drive and then it was uploaded into BSNA, which is, I think, what happened.
Yes.
That Word document began on a hard drive exclusive of BSNA.
So I looked into multiple hard drives. I looked into archive records of personnel's user shares that we have. And I was able to pull documents, and the document that is in question, or the statement of the document in question, I have found absolutely no evidence anywhere that previous code enforcement officer ever wrote that statement, whether in a document or entered that statement in BSNA.
Okay.
I have seen it handwritten on a piece of paper that appears to be the same handwriting as other notes on that paper from that code enforcement officer. But as far as any digital signature, I have absolutely nothing, no evidence whatsoever that person ever put that information in there.
So the only written record that you saw was the handwritten record?
Yes, sir.
And I don't know, and then
now there is, in the comment section of BSNA, someone else added a comment with that statement in BSNA, in the comments field. And that one you can actually pull in out of the audit, and you can see that statement.
Mm-hmm.
And that will show you who made the statement, the date it was entered, and it was entered, I believe it was like 5 or 6 weeks after the date. It was after 5/24. The other thing we looked at was to see if the code enforcement officer was at that location. We used the Samsara vehicle detection, which routes vehicles, but that data only goes back 6 months, so I was not able to pull that data. But there were 2 statements additionally put in BSNA, one from the lead code enforcement and one from that code enforcement officer that appear to coincide, that said that the code enforcement officer was there on, I believe, the day before, the 23rd of May, as closing out an inspection.
Thank you.
So it appears to me that inspection was in fact closed out on the 23rd, and the statement was documented on the 24th, which would be consistent with, I would think, how you do business, documenting something within 24 hours.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have for now.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to continue to try and follow back up with the city, if that's okay, with the city manager and the parties who need to be involved. And work through some of those. We had one meeting, I think one more is needed, and I think we've learned some things since then. That written record, I would like to get a copy of that was provided. I think that if that's something that, if that's the only written record, and the second written record is what was provided to us, where's the gap in between those two? Did someone see the written, type it? Whose fingers put those words in? We don't have an answer to that, and that was a concern, is we don't know. And that's a track changes feature, but the author of the document and in the edits of the document through tracking changes, that's all I have for now. If there's not any comments on that, it just sort of gets to a point to where, you're not getting, there was some changes in procedures, as Officer Palmer says. We had static documents, unstatic, but it just didn't make sense to me. And so I want to give the public an answer that I can say, hey, I've looked at this as hard as I can, and I can't do that today, but I hope we can get there and give an answer that makes sense. If Mr. Robinson stated that, are we allowed to meet with former employees here? Are we able to invite him in and to get him to provide that statement in person?
I would defer to the city attorney on that. There is a separation agreement signed, but I don't know if that prevents that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to reach out or unless. Okay, so he's. Okay. We'll need a motion to extend. We're at 10 o'clock. Or.
I'll make a motion, we extend to 10:15.
I'll second the motion. Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, got a second by myself, Mayor Morrison. That's okay. Any further discussion? Sir, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
Against.
Councilmember Jackson?
For.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Okay. As far as Fillmore Avenue goes, there's no comments that we can state on this at this time, or should state, no updates that we can provide. I think some emails were exchanged.
I'll defer to the city attorney.
Yeah, I mean, there, as you know, we, at this point, we can comment that, as you know, a 558 notice was sent to all of the developers team. We did receive a couple of responses. Some of the parties declined to respond. We never heard back. So I am working with the manager regarding him and his staff finalizing some information. I am discussing the matter with an attorney representing one of the parties. I would be happy to talk to council members at this time individually and give you a more thorough update than that. But we're trying to get this in a posture where the city council can make a decision and with the choices that are available. So more to follow soon on those choices. But in the interim, I'd be happy to talk to the council members individually and give you a more detailed update.
Is the city currently under any type of formal lawsuit for this?
No, sir.
Okay, nothing's been filed or nothing?
No.
Okay. We're approaching with caution, if I understand, and I will continue. I did have a chance to meet with the city manager and city attorney, at least for an update, and I would encourage those of you who are interested to take advantage of that opportunity as well. I think it will be helpful. With that, we will move on to item number discussion. Yep, that's unfinished business. Item number 12.
Yes, sir. Mayor, this is an item that I put in there because of, after Hurricane Milton hit and left certain areas with standing water, notably Cape Canaveral Mobile Estates. And I know, Mayor, you were trying to provide relief there and working with me, and there were some questions asked and some answers given, but ultimately the city did not send a pump over there to pump anything out, and he was able to pump it out himself. And we met with that manager the next day, and he came up with a plan for the future to include how he wants to be prepared for pumping out in the future. But the reason I set this item up was because I noted that our city adopted budget had some I forget how many dollars we put in, $140,000 for a stormwater pump. And it was put in, and I read the CIP very closely, and it said for flooding stresses encountered in the city, like in the presidential streets or in other areas, where this pump can come to the rescue. And I think it's great that we're getting that. Because the previous pump that we were talking about is the DEP pump for sewage spills. It's not really appropriate for that kind of a thing. But this pump can be used to pump down flooded areas. So the question in my mind was, okay, we're in an emergency situation in the future. We were in an emergency situation, declaration of emergency order. And obviously, if we have a flooding situation in the presidential streets, just go dispatch that pump and do what you can, or anywhere, North Atlantic or, Harbor Heights, or it makes sense to dispatch that pump. But when it comes specifically to the concept of dispatching it to help private property, I know we all want to help, and certainly if there's risk to life or limb in an emergency, that a person's life is in peril or a person's property is in peril of being flooded if we don't do this, that weighs obviously higher on that scale. And then there's lesser ones where it's an inconvenience because our street is flooded. There's different levels of emergency. So that's one part of it. And the other part of it is it's private property. Used on public funds used on private property, is that appropriate in this emergency type of situation? And because we were faced with that and we were struggling with that at last month's meeting, I felt it's a shame if we don't learn from this about how we want to position ourselves in the future from a policy perspective of do we say yes on the private property, or are there levels at which we have to pass thresholds before we say yes, or do we say no on private property and just make it an educational piece? And I don't know that we have to answer all of this tonight, Mayor, but I wanted to get the questions out there so that we learn from this, and so that I learn from this and my staff learns from this, what we can expect in the future. And that's really the nuts and bolts of it. And we can discuss it, or we can come back to it later if we want to and think about it. I just wanted to throw it out there. I want to learn from this.
Thank you for putting this on. The pump, the temporary pump we had at Center Street that was a stormwater pump, wasn't it?
No, that's the DEP pump, correct, Tim?
Yes.
Yeah, June.
But I thought it was to help with the negative flow at the Center Street to help move the water out.
That's what we used it for, but that's not what it was bought for.
June, would you mind coming we need to.
So we initially purchased that pole. We voted as a council to install a temporary pump to move stormwater. And we're talking about a different DEP order required for wastewater?
June can explain.
We have two pumps,
Okay.
and we used one of our pumps for stormwater because that's the only pump we had to use for that. Now we put in a budget for a stormwater pump.
But the pump that we had, that we dispatched, was purchased for purposes of wastewater, not stormwater.
Lift stations.
Yes.
That's a backup for lift stations.
As required by our DEP operating permit.
At least one. We have two. But you want to have that, whether it's required or not. If you got Harris or Harbor going down, you don't want the streets flooding. You want to be able to pump them out. So we don't have generators on all of our lift stations.
So what was the so we own a wastewater pump today only used for wastewater.
Well, that's what I'd like to use it for, because you gotta sanitize it. I mean, do you really want to be putting stormwater into the river that's been using with a wastewater pump? I mean, I don't. And if it's an emergency situation, it's just kinda hard to clean those pumps that fast. Can we use it in emergency situations? Yes.
No, I understand. I think it makes sense, but we have a second pump today strictly for stormwater.
We have no stormwater pumps.
The two
No
pumps
portable
that-
pumps for stormwater.
The 2 pumps are wastewater.
We're just using the one for stormwater.
We don't use anything for
We,
stormwater
we,
now.
we did position it to be used at one point
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, the temporary pump
on Center Street.
Center Street that operated to help with flooding.
Yeah, and that didn't, I don't know how much that helped. I mean, we didn't have
It's just
the,
recirculated.
what's the ball that closes off the
Tidal valve.
Tidal, we didn't have a tidal valve at that time, so it was limited effectiveness.
But that pump that we bought, is it, where
That
is
pump's installed. That's on Center Street.
that temporary pump?
That's not a temporary pump.
Okay, so a permanent pump, right, which I remember the permanent, but I thought the permanent came in and the temporary.
Went back to wastewater.
I believe what happened was it was cleaned before using, I know what you're saying, it was cleaned before using it at the end of Center Street, and that's all it was used for at the time.
Yes.
So when it went back into commission with wastewater, of course, you don't have to clean it going from stormwater to wastewater. It was just used with wastewater when needed. So before it was commissioned down at the end of Center Street to help with the flooding issue, it was cleaned up first, then positioned at the end of Center Street. Does that make sense?
It does. We have 2 pumps though today that are mobile pumps, and we have a third permanent pump
We
with
have a new
tidal
one
valve.
coming as well for wastewater, because these pumps were from the 90s. I send them out every year to get them completely overhauled. But we don't know how long they'll last. One's 96, and I think the other one's 2001. They're old pumps.
Okay.
So we have a new one coming. It should be here, I would say, in a couple weeks.
And that's for wastewater.
Yes.
But we also have in the budget to purchase one for stormwater.
Yes.
5 pumps, if my math's correct.
Yeah, and one of them's permanent.
Yeah, 1 permanent, 2 we have, plus
One sewer coming and one storm coming.
okay, but today we've had a pump that we've used, okay, the first stormwater, I thought we purchased that pump. Mayor Pro Tem, correct me if I'm wrong, that was a few years back, I felt like. So I guess we bought a pump that was dated back, an older pump, or did we just use an existing pump we had?
The pump that we use temporary
Yes, for
was the
Center
Silent
Street.
Night. It's a Thompson pump. 6-inch pump.
Okay.
It's existing. We've had it for years.
Maybe my brain is not right. So for some reason, I thought we bought a new pump.
No.
We had a pump last year's budget, and it was not bought. You are correct, though.
Okay.
There was a budgeted item for a pump, for a stormwater pump last year, but it was never bought. So I think it rolled over to this fiscal year.
Okay. Those are the things that takes a little bit of time to work through. Thank you very much. That's all I had for now. In this policy on how to use those pumps, no matter where they are or what they're on, I think is a good discussion that we should continue.
Yeah, I would like that, Mayor, if we could just kind of stop here on that
Yep.
one and bring it back next month, and
Sounds
we'll
good.
have had some time to think about it.
Yep. Council, we move on from 12 to 13. Nope, sorry, 12 to 14. Thank you. I think this is the final discussion on a charter review. 2009, I think we had a charter review committee. Whether it's that level or not, I think the county, some cities every 10 years, every 5 years. It's been a while. Charter's not 7 pages, I think, if you print it. 12 font. It'll be longer. But I just wanted to start that conversation, is that going through the charter, could we, at an appropriate meeting in the future, learn about maybe an expedited process to go through the charter, even if we broke it into a couple of meetings and sections, as at least an affirmation and a review together? And if there are items that we're like, hey, that's not clear, this we want to change, we love this, that process would be, I guess, one way council would, but the charter tells us what to do on how to, we all know, we could put it, I guess, on the ballot, right? We would approve it, and then it would go out to vote, and the voters would ultimately decide. If there was a charter change we didn't put on, there's a process for them to do that as well. My hope was that we could find a time, and the idea was, and I think a big reason, we've always got more than the time we have to handle, and so this is something that, well, we're barely getting through our meetings today without extending, if at all. And so one of the things, and we're talking about adding a meeting and then the CRA, and then we all probably got, oh, we can do that too, or that one extra, was that we've talked about 5 p.m. workshops. And I've thought about this for at least 5 years, is that the old way is there was a 5 p.m. standing workshop prior to the meetings. And throughout the week, the month, as we bring stuff into the city manager and we're, fighting to figure out agenda spots and what goes where and when is the best time, and not seeing what the city staff and duplicate efforts, I think we've all been there, is that there is an opportunity for all of us to come together and say, you talking to a citizen, let's bring that up at the workshop, right? It's just a brain dump. We don't have to do it every meeting. But I wanted to talk about the idea of coming together at 5, and one of the things that we could at minimum consider is, even if it's for the first few, just going through the charter together and understanding it. If we don't want to do that, so I'm trying to create the time, the space to do this as kind of a charter workshop to begin. We might get to one workshop and say, we're done with this, let's move on. But I am also saying, from meeting to meeting, we might want to consider as the benefits of having that 5 p.m. workshop to offload, to sort out, to help prioritize things. We've talked about second meetings. I think the better fix would be to come in and have a place. Even presentations that we do sometimes, like the example that we had today. A workshop, we could point that, or I missed the agenda cutoff. Well, at least come to the workshop and pitch. So I think that's all I have for now. It wasn't anything specifically in the city charter, it's more of, I was going back to the history, looking at that process. The council created a committee, and I would encourage us to come together and consider, do we want to do that? And we don't have time tonight, but at least on the next agenda, if not 5 p.m. prior to the next meeting, just to hold a workshop review dedicated to that, or charter review at a workshop. If we don't want a workshop, we can put it on the agenda. But that's it. That's all I have.
I'm definitely interested in it. There's questions I have on it, so. I think so too.
We just adopted, well, this next meeting we had already adopted last November. So that's on December, our next council meeting. Is it
17th is the regular meeting.
We just reserved, I guess, we're close to a December 3rd. So yeah, as an example, December 17th. Do we have enough room on the agenda? Or could we come together at 5 p.m. and say, we're going to run through the charter?
Council's prerogative.
Yeah, I don't know what the graphics like yet.
We don't know what all is going to be on that agenda at this point.
And we got a CRA,
Well, we might do it on the 3rd. And we plan to do it on the 3rd. Yeah.
Okay. So I think if we can do a 5 PM workshop to discuss the charter.
Just so you're aware, I'm back working, and I work till 5 o'clock now.
Okay, that's really important. So 6 is even, I mean, is 6 an issue? Are you able to make the 6? I mean, I guess because
6, but.
these things happen.
Yeah, 5 o'clock would be an issue.
Okay. Standalone workshop at 6 PM on another day is another option. I think it's really important that we try to come together on this, and yeah, I third. Yeah, okay, so we'll find a date.
I just want to remind the council that any council member can request a special or workshop meeting at any time during the month. We don't have to do it tonight.
Yes, it's, okay, and we wrote some procedures for this, I think some new ones.
We're all together tonight, so, I mean, to the extent that you can facilitate some debates, I mean, that.
And from our view.
Save the clerk a lot of headache, but.
And the council, the clerk has, I believe, the toughest job. And from us, it's very limited view, you know, and we now actually have a process with the form, but agreed with our city attorney. I can meet at 5 PM. We have a hard stop at 10. If we're starting at 6, we got 4 hours. Across 12 meetings is 48 hours in a year's worth of business. It's a week's worth of work. So we're not giving ourselves enough time to get the ambitious things we need and solve the issues we need done. I don't think we can meet later. We're gonna have to either find another date. The December 3rd sounds like it was a date that we're gonna hold a CRA meeting by itself. And a special meeting. Perhaps that meeting, we could do it at the end of that meeting.
Could make it another item on that meeting.
If we get to it, I would say after that. So if we met at 6, you know, maybe it takes an hour and sit around at 7, we can tackle it then. So the deadline to submit for that agenda, probably tomorrow. It's not different.
Different.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, we just have to get we'd like to get the agenda out on the 26th, which is next Tuesday. But,
I mean, December's a busy month. Can it wait till January to start all of it? That's what I was gonna say, 'cause with the holidays and everybody's busy. You look at the charter.
Oh yeah, my wife's birthday, my birthday,
Yeah.
all December.
So
In
maybe it'd be easier
addition
just
to the
start in
holidays.
January.
Yeah, well, a workshop, if we can do it, I'll just follow the process. I think that's as far as we can go. But that December 3rd does work for me, if we're already going to be meeting. I will.
Probably not. I think it's more of a council discussion.
Okay. Well, that was it. So I think we are at the end. There's nothing else. Informational item, any reports? We're past the extended time, looking up now. No reports?
I have a lot to report, but it can wait.
Another workshop, I mean, at 5 PM, right? A lot of folks, they do their reports at the beginning. I think the county does that. They do them right up front. And that, there's just little tweaks I think we can make that will give ourselves enough time. Because if it's 4 hours tonight, we have to deduct 2 15-minute breaks right off the top. My delays, I'll own them all. Obviously, getting sworn in is a procedural. 2 presentations. So when we actually get to the business, we're actually not spending as much time as we think. And so I just want to take it easy on ourselves. That's it. I have one report, and just thank you all. It's an honor, and I hope that the next 3 years we can see some of the things we hope to see happen within the city. I think we're seeing some of those things happen today, and I look forward to another 36 months with you. And with the reality is with this council, we really have 1 year left with this specific group. So I look forward to talking with you over the next year and the city staff. Thank you all.
Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving.
Yep, thank you.
Anything else? Yeah, all right. Move to adjourn.